죽여버리겠습니다.
Welcome everyone to the beautiful IVEX studio here in Gwangmyeong, Korea for the New State Mobile Open Challenge Grand Finals, where we are here to decide who will be the conquerors of Troy and who will be the first one to go down in history to be the first winners of our esports tournament, our first one for New State Mobile. Let's the matches begin.
It is time for the grand finals of the New State Mobile Open Challenge. 8 teams have made it here through 4 days of a grueling group stage and a wild card. All of these teams looking for that first place, for that $150,000 USD in that first place prize pool. I am Paper Thin. This is Joel. Wow, I mean, an incredible tournament so far here, Joel, and it is unbelievable the pressure that these teams face here today. The first ever New State Esports Fest.
I mean, we've been here for 5 days in a row now, and right now it's an interesting situation where I really want to know who's going to be the grand champion of it all, because it is the first tournament. It is going to be the one that takes home a huge cash prize pool, and here we are, just really moments away from finding out who our first champion will be.
Truly an exciting day, and I mean, it's been a really interesting event to watch the meta of this game evolve from the first day to now. I think a lot of eyes on some of our top teams from those days, MCY, SA, PGS, World Class. These teams, I think, are the 4 that I really have my eyes on. Yesterday during the wild card, we got to see AL really step up throughout the day, kind of get better and better as the day went, so maybe they can continue to build on the momentum. A lot of interesting storylines coming into these grand finals. And again, it's so top-heavy with the prize pool, you really want to get that first place.
I mean, it's just like the format of Battle Royale in itself with the prize pool. Same thing. It's just like you want to be second place and you feel pretty happy about it. But there's no other feeling like getting a chicken dinner. There's no feeling like not becoming the second best, but becoming the very best, to be the only survivor left in the tournament, to be the only one left in the competition, and that's really is reflected in the prize pool as well. If you see about 7 times jump from second place to first place, is a lot of money to play for, and these players are definitely ready to play for it.
Yeah, it's life-changing money for a lot of these players. You know, some of them are just kind of working students or day workers, having various different jobs like we've highlighted. We had yesterday a player who is an excavator for a living. I mean, some really interesting, and unique circumstances coming out with these players here. It's going to be a great day again. I mean, 8 games, right? The same thing we've been doing the whole time. The best of 8. We'll show you guys all the point format and all of that here pretty soon once we get to it. But, Joel, my expectations for today is this is going to be by far the best day of New State we've seen so far.
I mean, we got an indication of that yesterday with the wild cards, with some of the bottom teams have already gone out from each of the group stages and coming in here at the 4th day and to really look at the next level of quality in the new state field that we have here. But here we are, once again, upgrade to another level here with the grand finals. Literally, the best of the best are here today. The top 2 teams from each group and the teams that survived in the middle format in the wildcards, the top 2 teams from there. We got 8 teams. Now looking at all the way right of that table, finally we are here at the finals, looking at the 8-team competition to decide it all here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a journey for all of these teams and players to get here. I mean, anyone, literally anybody in Korea had a chance, right? Just so you guys know, this is all Korean players and teams, even though you have seen some of them have unique flags on their in-game profile. It is, in fact, all Korean players that are here. And again, 200 million won is give or take $150,000 USD. So if you're looking for the conversion, that's about what it's at right now. But again, like you were talking about, the huge jump is really why you want that first place spot.
I mean, it's just really just as straightforward as you can get. You play for the best thing that's possible out there. And for here, a lot of these people came here, you know, obviously for the fame and for some recognition. I know that some of you guys run their own YouTube channels for New State and they want to kind of advertise that in a way, but I'd say at 99% of here, the people here today finding it out, it's for the money.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount that they're playing for, and we're gonna play it out in BR Extreme in Troy, as we always did for the past 4 days. But I'm telling you, the level of the quality we'll see today, it's going to be amazing, because we know this tournament is very, very kill focused, with that 1 point per kill given out with only 5 rank points for first place and going downwards from there. It really will focus on the teams that want to go out on the hunt rather than wait for something to happen.
Yeah, you're going to find that your team that puts up the most kills is very likely to be the team that wins the day. So you got to be aggressive, finding the right times for your third parties, setting up your traps, all these kind of things that we've seen throughout this event. So here are your 8 teams: MCY Pro, All Dive, World Champion, PGS, Secret Academy, KP Gaming, Another Level, and Team Top. And I think anybody here, Joel, has the potential to win this. We've all seen great moments throughout this event so far.
Yeah, the first 6 teams are from the top 2 positions of their own respective group stages, and now we have Another Level and Team Top, the 2 teams from yesterday's wildcards, barely making it up. But here they are, looking at what is the difference here. I mean, obviously Another Level and Team Top weren't the best teams in the groups, hence the reason why they went to the wildcards in the first place. But they have more experience in this specific playing field, where they've been in this IBEX studio another extra day, and that gives them a little bit more comfortable use to see how they do. But another thing that we really need to mention is that we will be showing away various coupon codes throughout the stream. We won't tell you exactly when they'll come up, so you're gonna have to keep watching. And the moment you see those coupon codes, they will be limited in quantity, so you better go online and try to type it in as fast as you can to try to get your usage there. So you do see that a couple of notes there, you can't use it duplicate times, and it is a first come first serve basis. So if you're waiting until the end of the broadcast to try to type in the code, maybe it won't be enough time for you.
Yeah, so make sure you've got that website open. You just got to go to the New State website, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so just go to the New State website, guys, and you should be able to find the link to have that code ready to go. MCY Pro, our day 1 winners, they looked great. They were pretty dominant on that day. Now we look to see, Joel, if that was what we can expect here again. It's kind of hard to say after that first day. Was it a weaker group? We didn't know for sure, but they seemed to have a pretty good read on the meta early on.
And if not anything, they were the most dynamic team out of all the teams we've seen. I mean, even throughout Group B and C, we saw moments of greatness from some of these teams, but overall, it just really never leaves our head that MCY was the most powerful team, the most dominant team in their group. And we hope that it replicates their performance here in today's finals, but they've got a much, much tougher competition, including WC and PGS that you saw introduced in this Group B segment. And PGS was actually talked about quite a bit. I was overhearing the Korean commentators in the waiting desk, and they were actually having a lot of expectations for these guys. So they saw moments from them thinking that they might be one of the favorites to win this from the Korean commentators group. Well, obviously, we have our own opinions as well.
Yeah, I liked PGS for half of a day, but this team right here, I think if this is indeed Secret Academy, this is the team that I think probably has the best shot to do this. They're the most dynamic, they're the most versatile. It's not just one strategy that they're employing. They have shown us, in my opinion, the most diverse array of abilities to find kills, to find wins, to get those points that they need.
I mean, if you talk about just the attributes of a team, I think Secret Academy really has it all. They have the muscles, they have the brains, they really have everything that it really goes for them, and they have also different reaction mechanics where they already have practiced out so many different scenarios where they can know exactly how to react, exactly where to position themselves, exactly for which player to take on which role on those specific scenarios, and I'm really excited to see how they do today, because we got the wildcards teams here, and you would think that the wildcards teams are the underdogs coming here because they were never the best group when it came to the group stages, but I'm telling you, I mean, that extra day of experience I think does go a long way, and we'll see if that really helps them out here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. It does give you a better feel for the meta. It gives you a better pulse on what's going on in the game and what's going to be effective and what's not. I mean, I like what you're saying. A lot of these teams, it's about what we call protocols. It's what you do in certain situations that you can't think about it. It has to be instinctual. You have to just know what to do. And like you're saying, Secret Academy so far, to me, looks to be the best practice. They seem to understand intuitively how to react properly to situations to maximize their value.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of components that come into play, but when you're in that situation, you have to be reactive. You have to know exactly what you need to do, and we're going to be reactive about this one because we're about to start the very first game here, Paper Day. Can you start us off?
Oh, absolutely. This is match number 1 of the New State Mobile Open Challenge. The grand finals begin now. 8 games, 8 teams to find out who is going to take home $150,000 in cash. And we're starting out pretty well centered here. The ball pretty close to the center of the map goal.
I mean, the mall. We've got multiple owners coming in from different groups. Who is going to take the mall today? It might take a couple of games to really figure it out and get an agreement amongst the 8 teams here. But it seems like some of the favorites that we've seen already are heading over that direction. This is a perfect circle to start off at the mall, with the second circle probably going to be inclusive of that as well. So this is a big question already. We know the mall to be very, very popular for the right reasons. It's so plentiful a farm and so good on the defense end as well. As long as you land on the roof and you were able to get control of it, it's really difficult for other teams to evade it at a second turn. So here we are, PGS and SA, 2 top teams that we are looking at as one of the favorites to win this. It's going to be a pistol fight here.
Oh, it's going to be a trade 1 for 1. Lion atop. Ryc, who is absolutely nuts for PGS, is able to clean that one up. You do have MCY and AL battling as well up on the northeast side of the screen, but I think this fight here, coming into this, has the biggest implications so far. Chan trying to work the corner, but he jumps, and that's a horrible mistake, a horrible time to try to jump that wall, and Ryc is going to make it pay.
Oh man, I mean, Secret Academy, we were hyping them up, seeing how they did, and they went for the risky play to try to fight for the mall. So far, it is just Jaeho all by himself, and this doesn't look good. This doesn't seem like the SA start that they really wanted, but remember, we go back to this Group C. Their match 1 in that group stage was horrible as well, but they still came out in match 2, eventually figuring out what the other teams were doing, reacting to it, and adjusting to it to make sure they can have some good games later on. So match 1 won't be the best for them, obviously set up. Even if they do get the green flare gun, I don't feel like a one-man start for this match 1. A very important match 1 is not going to do it for SA this time around.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you that it's not going to be as easy to recover as it was for them from that first game during the group stage, during Group B, but definitely, we keep our eyes on them. MCY has departed from that fight with AL. It looks like they might have taken 1 member of AL off the board, but that should be pretty recoverable. I think I would like to, if you're just joining us for the first time here at the New State Open Challenge, thank you for joining us, first of all. And second of all, there are some unique rules and situations that I would like to explain real quick. First of all, this is BR Extreme mode, right? The circle starts in a designated location. and then goes from there. You start with very limited islands. You start with a 1911 items, excuse me, a 1911, a smoke grenade, and is that it?
300 drone credits as well.
300 drone credits.
And a full boost.
And the full boost.
Yep.
That's right. So you start with a little bit of extra oomph behind you, and then each of these teams fighting through, and you can drop anywhere, right? There's no designated drop spots. Like teams aren't kind of just all settling up in one city or another. It's been pretty spicy for drop.
Yeah, as long as you don't jump outside the blue, that is absolutely a forbidden zone in the blue, in the BR Extreme. When you see the first circle open up, that blue zone is not gonna give you a little bit of damage at a time. It is 30 seconds for you to get out of there to get into the white. Unless you do that, you will die right away. But as long as you can keep that, you can land anywhere you want, as Paper Thin did mention. But what's important here is that the reason why people want to go to these really big drop spots, just like the mall we saw with the two teams fighting it out, is mostly because of these drone credits. Because drone credits in this game can allow you to get so much advantage at a such short amount of time. Especially with the red flare guns in the early game, but if you do lose players in the midst of battles, you can get the green flare gun to revive them back to battle. So all these mechanics here that are very unique to New State is going to be another attractionable reason of why you want to try to go for these high loot areas from the beginning of the game.
Exactly. I think that's really well explained. I really like the green flare gun. I think it is such a cool mechanic that New State has. Be able to call in your teammates. J-Ho.
The observers. Come on now.
I think they were expecting him to shoot the green flare gun.
Amen.
Just
the angle, though. Just the angle.
I mean, J-Ho's the one controlling the camera. The
sure.
servers just pick. They've already got Lion back.
I will not say much more after that.
Well, not yet. He's on his way. Yeah, I know what you mean.
But, yeah, I think he got the green flare gun. And he was very lucky with this because Exhibit holds another high loot area, but it was not occupied by any teams to start this one off. So basically gets a free loot, and even if he calls his members back, they'll have plenty of loot to work with and try to equip up from there. And I think SA, this is the best possible scenario for them. We are seeing one of the members come back in now. We are down up to 2 for the team of Secret Academy, and they'll try to recover slowly back from here. It is not impossible for to do so, but it will take some time.
All right, so Lion, our oldest player, left here in the event at 4 years old, will be called back. He has the most interesting job, I think, out of anybody.
Okay.
Musical theater.
Yeah.
He's our musical theater guy. So that's super cool.
I mean, he's not the guy that works behind the scenes and maybe just works on some props or anything, but he's actually the guy that performs, right?
Yes.
He does the singing, he does the acting.
Yeah, he's a musical theater actor.
Musical actor, yeah. Crazy. I mean, it's definitely a much more common job here in Korea when compared to the United States, where musical is such a big form of entertainment in this country of Korea that you see a lot more people comparatively pursue that career. But it is very cool to see that.
Yeah, I see posters everywhere in Seoul for musicals.
Koreans love their musical. They love their musical.
That's great. I like them too. I used to play in the pit orchestras with the musicals. So
oh wow!
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the format myself. Les Mis is such a good musical.
Yeah.
But anyway, neither here nor there. There's not a whole lot going on. AL was able to recover their lost teammate. SA, what happened with that?
They're still at the exhibit hall.
Oh, they called back
yeah,
somebody in.
They
okay.
called Lion back. I don't know if...
I think
they got the third
another
person,
player.
yeah.
Yeah, I think... Was it Minkyu?
Could have been, but what this means in the end, though, is that them getting exhibit hall for free after losing 3 members in the early game is really such a blessing for them, especially in this first match where you cannot afford to waste any match to get points, especially against these top competitors out there. So it won't be like the group stages where they get to dominate every single game. It just will be much more difficult than that.
All right, MCY is potentially trying to hunt down Minkyu's drop. We do see this from time to time, right, Joel, where teams will set up on the outskirts of one of these green flare gun locations.
There you go. This is definitely possible. Yeah, gets it.
Easy.
1800 gone.
MCY.
1800 drone credit gone. You can just basically has been used for toilet paper.
Clean.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Yeah, really smart stuff here from MCY. Now SA still has 2, so it's not the end of the world, but it is definitely. You'd much rather have 3 than 2. 3 seems a lot more doable, especially in the way that the meta has progressed in this event. 4 players seems
oh so important, especially when you have to start rotating in your vehicle.
And another fortunate thing for SA, I would have to say, because it is Exhibit Hall, they might have enough money to try to go for another green flare gun before they leave out. So that's how abundant that one drop location is. So once again, you cannot just overemphasize the fact that a free Exhibit Hall for them was the best case scenario.
Yeah, now Joel, everybody's going to be dropping Exhibit Hall. He's even talking it up.
Well, I mean, Exhibit Hall, everybody knows it's good. It's just that it's a different, very, very different and unique, just the way it's structured around.
Yeah.
How that building works. So it's not as familiar as some of the more commonly used duplicated buildings all across Troy. And so it is going to take a lot more time to learn, but to invest that time means that you get to invest less time in other areas as well. So it's understandable why people don't go to the Exhibit Hall as much.
So it's got the Joel stamp of approval.
Well, it's pretty good. I mean, I think it's got everybody's stamp of approval of how good it is.
Okay.
Yes, but how they want to get to it is a different question in itself.
All right, fantastic. Top, this is south side of the circle. They're just garnering some information from these hillsides. You'll see this a lot. Teams drive kind of towards the top of the hills, but don't press them to keep themselves safe if there's a potential team on the other side, and to give themselves as much of a vantage point towards some of these open areas as they can, to get as much information as they can to either, A, discover if a team's around them, or B, maybe catch a team in a bad spot where they're able to punish them.
Yeah, and you do remember that TOP was one of those teams that made it through the wild cards yesterday. And yeah, I mean, this team really are looking for this opportunity as a redemption zone for how well they could have played in the group stages and to just directly get to the finals. They failed to do that. And even in the wild cards, they didn't have the best of day, but just was able to get out here. But it's another chance for these guys. But MCY is looking for the hunt.
Oh, they've got an ACL in a really bad spot. That's 2 already.
3.
3 already? Oh,
yeah.
Goodness. All right, well, AL in a world of trouble. It's just Hero left, so he's going to have to try to hide this out. He, in fact, is just going to prone it down. And I think MCY probably okay for now with what they've accumulated thus far in that fight. That was, I mean, this is what happens sometimes. You got to be so careful with your timings, because if you get caught trying to, move out separately in separate vehicles, and a vehicle runs into you and it has all 4 players in it, they will just murder you.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if MCY will come back here to try to go for the finish, because they do know that they only got the kill onto 2 players, while Wei here is being rezzed. But MCY is still hovering. I think they will come back here to try to go for a finish against a very, very injured AL squad.
Ugh.
Here they are.
They're hiding, but you can't really hide that well behind a tree that thin. There's already one knock, looking for the finish, and there it is. Down and dusted. MCY picking up right where they left off from Group A.
And I feel like we've seen this quite a bit from our first day of group stages, where MCY just drives around, completely dominates, and does not lose in a gunfight. And here they are, once again. It seems like a deja vu for a lot of teams, and it's not the deja vu they wanted to see, but this is what it is. MCY, as one of the most violent teams in this competition so far, is once again showing their worth in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's all about the timings of when they hit these other teams, and they find really good timings right there. AL completely caught in a situation where they're trying to load up and make their moves, make their rotations. Instead, it's MCY who hits them at a perfect opportunity where they're disorganized, and AL just can't really respond to it. And props to MCY. It's what they've been doing throughout the whole event, Joel.
And I feel like the other teams would have studied the vaunts that they saw from Group A in the first day, and they had plenty of time to do it. So it's not like they didn't expect this to happen again. So it has to be more reactive from the other teams to not let this happen on a more consistent basis if they want to try to have success in this tournament, because in this grand finals, it's the same point format where 1 kill gives you 1 point, and all those kills that they can get from MCY's side, it will get them closer and closer to winning that top prize pool. So if you're the other teams that's really trying to go up against MCY, you have to try to limit their opportunities as much as possible.
Tough task, no doubt about it. But yeah, absolutely. You got to find some way to be a little bit more prepared for MCY and their roaming bandit strategy. It's kind of interesting. I was thinking about this last night, Joel, that a lot of what we see in New State reminds me of naval warfare.
Okay.
Where, in pirate warfare, I watched a lot of, documentaries about this, I have no life. And so, but you have to kind of like, it's all about the timings of when you hit the modes.
Yes.
It's about keeping them separated so they can't combine their forces. You know, you having the good angles, like right here, trying to create good angles for your fire when you're crossing, like ships in the night, right? You know,
Yeah.
so a lot of, I think actually you could right now look at like naval warfare and actually apply some of those ideas to how this works.
Yeah, I think it works for a lot of sectors of warfare, doesn't it? Because oh, got that new skin. This helmet was released just today. I did some pulls on that one. I was sorely disappointed, but these skins that you see that wearing right now, it was just released today. If you guys haven't checked that out yet, it is very elegant in how it's designed.
Very nice.
It looks very nice. Even that backpack and the helmet right there
Ready for a night on the town.
looks quite good.
A fancy soiree.
Yeah, but
Yes.
other than the fact that his outfits are very, very beautiful.
There's our inflation machine.
Yeah, that's still going.
It's making pretty money.
There you go.
Disgust me. No, I'm just kidding. I actually really like that backpack. I think it's
Yeah.
super cool.
The reason why you mention it every single time.
I know.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, Rashe, trying to see if he can get anything done across the way here on MCY. A little bit of damage, but MCY could tend to just get in their vehicles and drive around.
Yeah, MCY doesn't like sitting still. That's
No.
really not their style. They don't situate themselves in a compound necessarily. They're mostly on the drive. And I feel like because they only need one vehicle to do it, if they run out of battery, I'm sure they have extra batteries for players holding onto them in their backpack. But even if they don't, they'll find a new vehicle to go with and try to get there. But we saw SA, a team that was very much stuck at the exhibit hall trying to get more green flare guns to go down. It seems like they didn't have enough money to try to go for the third player, so they will be a two-man unit as they try to make the very late entrance. But I think MCY is going on the outwards hunt once again. I don't know if you'll be able to see that in the minimap.
I think they're trying to shut down SA.
Yeah.
I think they
Oh, man, they're very close. I think the observers really needs to go get to that one.
will in just a second, but I think
There
MCY
it is, there it is.
remembered that SA is still out by the exhibit hall because they were the ones, right, who took out the early member
Yes.
when they tried to call it Minkyu. So MCY now trying to shut this down again, but they're just gonna kind of watch them for a second.
They're stuck in the swamps as well.
Yeah, that too. All right, now they're gonna get going, and they will make their attempt. SA stopped, and that's just,
Oh, man.
that's a death sentence.
Oh, man.
And that should be J-Ho gone in just a
That's
second.
it.
As good as J-Ho is, I don't know if there's much they
Yep.
can do.
Wow. I mean, in our opinion, we thought that MCY's greatest rival would be SA coming into today's finals, and they definitely got their number. They definitely know who to target, and the reason why they, after they picked up Minkyu on the sky when he was coming down from the green flare gun and learned that it was SA's team that was trying to make that late entrance, it was the perfect choice for MCY to go back out to the blue once again to go for the rest of the hunt.
Yeah, MCY is just totally content to take whatever points they can. You know, the freer they are, the better. And MCY now driving back towards All Die.
Yeah, AD's coming here.
Yeah, AD has been kind of situated in this spot for some time.
They did get one knock.
Yeah, they did get a knock, so I think MCY might just have to abandon that player. I don't think there's much they can do about that. So that blue damage weakening MCY. Now the turn, if they can get this one on the backpack, that could be huge.
I don't know why Pack would have come by himself to try to go on the hunt. That was an odd choice.
He lucked out a bit, in my opinion, as well. So,
Yeah.
That was a bit strange, but he gets away with it. So sometimes fortune favors the bold.
Well, here's Kyungju from MCY, who was able to survive, and Veems, who was knocked out earlier, does die to the play zone.
Now let's see what AD does. Do they want to try to fight MCY? Do they want to try to play the circle? The northern part of Chester is still very much in the circle, as you're seeing here with PGS.
Yeah.
So teams kind of trying to set up in these apartment complexes around the outside, take control of them top from PGS. There's also a team top, don't get them confused, are you know, rushing in here, trying to take control. And it looks like KP Choi Kang-min, our youngest player in this, is if we can find a grenade inside that opposing apartment.
Yeah, and this is going to be the first time where MCY kind of sits still where they are. No more hunts for now because they are down to 3. But as you said, the Chester fight is going to be, I think, a very one to keep our eyes on, especially until the end of the game where we feel like the circle can shift that way. We are looking at top though, a team that's a little bit stuck on the outside because they have to be very decisive on where to move next, because the moment they move a little bit to the left, MC will be waiting to take on the kills.
Look at how cool this is for top. Like, they have another Volta at this spot. They know it's there. So, like, if there was, like, a situation where their current Volta got damaged, they do have a backup. I really like that position there, having that secondary. I assume now that most of the teams, Joel, have a backup Volta in their mind. Like, they see one on the road and they mark it. And they say, okay, this will be our other Volta if this one gets blown up.
Yeah. And for KP, one of the teams that went over to the apartments to situate there.
Damage. MCY got a knock. And for another one here on the top, just not quite able to find the angle, is Kyungju. And MCY watches top drive potentially into death. Oh no, there are so many other teams here already.
Yeah.
It's going to take a hell of a play for order. Takes a whole bunch of damage, but is able to do a decent amount.
Yeah.
There's the flank. Top, I think, is going to be wiped.
Yeah, it was too late of an entrance, I think. If you want to get to the apartments, you have to do it early. It's not a situation where we're going to probably get an open apartment for one team to just kind of go into an empty spawn and expect to be all right. It is going to be a scenario where most teams have already made their themselves in, but to come in a closing circle like that, it just wasn't the best choice. And top are left with, I think, one more left.
Oh, they still have one.
Yeah.
Oh, holding the door here for KP. Kangmin doing his best, but
a little
no.
bit greedy.
Yeah, top from PGS comes
Yeah.
up and in and finishes him off. KP, 3 members left still, but you know, teams are gonna have to start fighting for these warehouses, Joel.
And we are seeing the circle shift a little bit away from the apartments now. We have some teams that are all right, but most of the teams will have to be forced back into the open field pretty soon here. And MCY somehow gets themselves in, but it is not a safe spot to be in. They only have the scouting tower, and that's about it. But if they get somehow spotted and maybe even frag grenades comes in, start coming from that way, it is going to be a very, very difficult spot to hold, especially very close to the circle now.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what AD can do here. This is awful. This is a horrible position for so many reasons. You're completely exposed to a lot of different things. Meanwhile, MCY just sitting here licking their chops, like waiting for their steak dinner to come. Oh, somebody else. Yeah, there it is. There's the first
MCY.
Yeah, it's Kyungju. AD, I just don't know how they can get out of this.
Yeah, and Sin Yena's looking from the tower, and we got the other 2 members looking from the bottom floor of that. So it is a very, very safe position for now, and AD don't have the courage to come in and try to go on the strike for them, but has to be the other teams now that's around the apartment. There's going to be a lot of action going out there. I hope the observers do catch that, as we're still looking towards MCY, and AD gets another knock here.
Look at these guns that Kyungju is opting to roll with, the Bison and the M249. I mean, just bullets.
Get another one.
Just bullets for days. He could just blast into those smokes.
There you go, and
ooh,
just another one. And I think that's going to be the end of AD right there.
Yeah, Rhea C hitting some nice shots with that SLR. PGS, you know, another team that we've seen have a little bit of success with the snipers, and Rhea C, this guy has been, for me, one of the most impressive individual players. Oh, but I
should say that. The
no,
moment
I'm so sorry.
you say that. Oh, and actually,
I caster cursed him.
no, but I think one of the other grenades actually blew themselves up. He pinned the grenade and it dropped from him because he got knocked. Yeah, and it blew up right into his face.
I'm just more angry that I caster cursed.
Well, this is not going to be a caster curse for now because Ricey, seemingly his closest ally, will be getting to a good result for PGS, and they are still pretty healthy here. They do have the next circle to move towards to, but for now, they can situation themselves as long as WC doesn't become too much of a nuisance.
Well, MCY has got a really good opportunity. I assume their vehicle's still in drivable shape. I could be wrong on that. I'm not too sure. We haven't seen it. Cody, grenade up and over.
Oh no, KP! Where was he all of this?
Gongomin just rock and rolls onto that res attempt and just slaughters.
I don't think PGS even knew there was another member in that apartment, just completely unaware. And now we do get MCY trying to make it to the next circle a little bit earlier, but is this too early of a movement is the question.
Yeah, this might be, well, they're going to try to barricade this fence and block the other teams in from this next circle, but around the flank has got Nemo immediately shut down by Repack. Very nice.
Good grenade though.
Oh, the grenade is huge!
WC getting that really timely grenade. Now it's going to be going in, trying to survive it up, but it won't make it. The extra meds, he has 2 more, but I don't think the timing will work out for him. with
got 2 frags.
Yeah, with Dongja and Kohi have
needs
to
to
move
throw.
themselves, and now he has to take some shots here because they know the other two guys are taking damage. That's the last first aid for Goemin. Now he has to start taking the shots. He gets the 1 kill onto Kohi. He's going to see one more onto him, but he doesn't
your
have the
frag!
sights. He doesn't have the sights.
Throw your frag!
Hesitated just a little bit. That is the difference between 2 points that you could have gotten just being in first place, but in the end, it is going to be WC who picks up that win, as you say, without the use of the frag grenade that could have come from Goemin.
Yeah, he had to, so I thought he could go for it, but it just never occurred to him. I mean, I'm sure he was, you know, when you're in a pressure situation like that, it's hard. I get it. You're trying to think of all the options. But good job here by WC to wait for their moment to strike, come in right at the end, blank MCY, hit a great grenade of their own, clean up the fight.
Well, it is
Take a
worth,
win.
yeah, and it's worth noting that WC, although they didn't get that many kills throughout this game, but they did get the win. So that rank points will help them out in the long run. You got to remember that if 2 teams are tied for a certain position at the end of the tournament, it will favor those who got more rank points.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah, so that's also worth noting, and we'll see how this goes out after this game 1, where SA really wanted to challenge some of the best teams out there, including PGS at the mall. Just did not work out. Where do you think they'll go in game 2?
I think they'll go back to the edge. I don't think they'll care too much about the mall. I think the mall is the one spot on the map, like we've been talking about, that's almost always in the first circle, so it is the only spot that seems to be like the top dog team wants to take control of it.
Yeah.
And so of course it makes a lot of sense. SA, PGS, 2 of the top teams that, you know, that we've been hyping up here would want that spot. MCY has always been more of a just kind of play it safe in the early game, get loaded up, get that Volta and start hunting.
There you go. And MCY, they're not going to mind too much about that. With SA, we're still wondering about where they're going to go for game 2. Dongmin took some really timely interactions to be patient as much as possible, and that was a nice grenade by Dongjin.
Unbelievable grenade.
Yeah, WC, they get the chicken dinner in the end with abundance of kills, and here we are with Goemin, who could have done a little bit more, we thought, to finish that game off, but still a very good run for him, considering that he was solo for a very long time.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go back and watch that again, and I mean, he might have just forgot he had frag grenades. That happens to the best of us. So MCY Pro with 10 kills is our top point gaining team. PGS right behind them with 10, KP 9, WC 8. So 4 teams really close to each other to start this in terms of points.
Yeah, and look at Secret Academy, 0 points, 0 rank, 0 kills.
Yeah, but we saw that.
But that's how it's going to be. Because,
and then they put up an absurd amount of points in the next 7 games.
And it's happened in the group stages, though.
Yeah.
We have to really take that into importance as well, because, you know, they have weaker opponents to play with in the group stages, but here, you see the likes of MCY, you see the PGS, these very, very, very powerful teams that Secret Academy somehow has to dominate over. Obviously, they didn't get to show their true worth because they didn't have a decent opportunity to build up their game. But we'll see in match 2 if they go for a different approach and maybe gets a second chance to prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Secret Academy kind of figure it out and make a run from here. There's some things you can't get away with as much. It's going to be a lot harder in this lobby to use the green flare guns, I feel like. There's a lot of attention that's paid to those by the good teams, especially teams like we saw with MCY, who are just keen to hunt those down because they know that if they can get in a relatively close position, they potentially could get a free point.
Yeah, and so far, the teams that did well in their own respective groups are mostly doing well. Of course, SA needs some more games to prove themselves, but otherwise, PGS is doing well. We got the likes of MCY from Group A. We don't have to kind of reminisce back to that moment of that first day to remember how well they did. They're doing well already in this first match, so it's really exciting to see that consistency from some of the top teams as that we picked out as favorites to see if they can do it once again here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, and look, if every other day so far has told us anything, Joel, that the first game is not an indication of who's
Yes,
gonna do
you're
well.
right.
Every day it's been,
Yes.
we think one team's going to do well, and then they start to fall apart as the day goes on.
Well, here we are. I'm looking at MCY, who did well, PGS, who did well. We expect them to do well, but like you said, that theory that we've been looking at for this entire 4 days, it's been proven true that even if you do well in the first game, it doesn't solidify the fact that you'll do well for the rest of the games as well.
and maybe it puts a target on your back.
It
You know what
does.
I mean? The other teams see you in the kill feed, and they think we gotta take them out.
It's a public enemy thing.
Exactly. All right, match number 2 here for the finals of the New State Mobile Open Challenge. Again, we have 8 games to go. We've got some codes coming at you guys. You have the potential to get some free in-game swag, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And get the New State website up and running so you can enter those as fast as possible. It is, again, a first-come, first-served basis. You got to be quick with those codes. And here we go. Across the middle of the map, towards the top north, with the plane path cutting the middle of the circle, I should say. And the mall way on the southern end, so maybe see a little bit of less attention paid to it. I don't know.
Still, it's a very valuable proposition no matter where it is on the map. We've seen that with teams that consistently go again and again to that same spot. And we'll see PGS go over there once again. We are seeing MCY go over to Mesa, it seems like. Now, where are we going to see Secret Academy? SA, they're going to go to the exhibit hall. So they're maybe thinking, because it was abandoned the first game, no one's really going to come back for the second game.
Yeah, you know, it's not a bad spot at all. Like you were talking about, you explained it really well, why it's actually a very versatile spot, a very powerful spot to drop. So it's right in the center of the circle as well, so SA is going to opt to go for that type of strategy. But as the tournament has worn on, I felt like the edge strategy teams tend to do pretty well. You know, again, getting these voltas like you're seeing right here early give you a lot of flexibility and a lot of power.
Yeah, and we are seeing the first circle open up. It is going to center around the exhibit hall pretty expectedly. But we are going to exclude the mall for the very next circle. So it is going to be to farm quickly and get out quickly. A strategy for PGS. They will not have any other conflict in the mall to deal with. So that means they can have all the time in the world to get all the loot they can. Try to make their entry and build a game from there.
Dude, speaking of conflict, there was I went back and watched some of the VODs from yesterday.
Yeah.
And there was some dude who like thought you and I were mad at each other at one point because I'm not even kidding. And I'm like,
Okay.
I went and looked at it and I'm like, what are you talking about? And I went and it was when we were kind of joking about the backpack that Elle had when she was hiding in that bush.
Yes,
and
the
you and I
wood,
were,
the
yeah,
wood,
yeah, the
yeah.
wood backpack, right? Obviously, it was just banter.
Yes.
We're just making jokes,
Yes.
right? Because like,
we were making the most elementary
Yeah.
physics to biology jokes.
Yes.
And
And
it
I
could
was-
not have been more obvious.
I was playing the physics side,
Yes,
you were
I was
playing
playing
the
the biology. And we
biology
were
side.
both wrong, by the way,
Exactly.
just to reiterate on the joke.
And that's the point.
Yes.
That's why it's a joke.
Yes.
But this guy thought we were legit mad at each
Oh my
other.
goodness, okay.
I was like, dude, what? I was like reading the comment. I'm like,
Goodness.
we were not mad at all. That was just purely banter, my friend.
Just a disclaimer to everyone in chat right now. Paper Thin and I, we would never have a reason to get mad at each other.
No.
We're just...
It's all just jokes.
Yes, it'll be difficult to imagine a situation where we'll be mad at each other. And if we do, for whatever case, we'll let you guys know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll
Oh, will
hash
it?
it out.
Yes.
You know, we'll set up like a boxing ring in
Yes,
the stage,
yes.
and like, you know, you've been boxing recently.
Yeah, I
so
am. Yeah, I've been boxing for about a year now and really enjoying it. But
Show me your
obviously,
skills.
I won't use that against you. That would not be nice. But my point is, you know, if we are mad at each other, we'll let you guys know in chat. Right now, Paper Thin and I are mad at each other. So this next conversation that you're about to hear is an argument.
It's an argument.
Be
it's
aware.
A fight.
Be
We
aware.
are fighting.
Yes. all the clarity out there, all the
I know.
transparency.
It's just so funny. I was just like, guys, there's clearly a joking tone behind this. Like, I'm not actually angry. Like, if I'm really angry, you can tell.
You know, but to be fair, one of the most difficult things that I faced when I got back to Korea after living in the United States for so long was the lack of sarcasm.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
See, because Koreans
true.
are the culture in itself is not too keen on sarcasm,
Yeah.
so
I've
they get
noticed that.
initially confused.
Yeah. And I think that probably is what was missed in
Sure.
translation there, was we were just being sarcastic.
We try to make it
Yeah,
obvious.
right,
Obviously,
right.
might not have been enough for that one person.
It's okay. I just wanted him to know. You know,
Yes.
I felt like I wanted to make sure this guy knew.
It's important.
It's very important. We are doing just fine. We're having a good time. I'm having a great time at this event. I'm having a great time with you, Joel.
Yeah.
And things are a little slow here. That's why we're having a little bit of a discussion to start.
Nothing happening.
Nothing really happening just yet. Teams are looting up, getting their gear. A lot of this is going to come down to, Joel, like, who gets what, you know, who's going to get maybe a power gun out of a crate like a P90 maybe. Those are the kind of things I start to look for.
And I think this is game in specifically is going to be a good indicator as to which team can dominate in their own right. Hey, we got the code.
Code?
NMOC 2022 Finals. Go to newstate.pubg.com right now. Keep the stream on, by the way. Keep the stream on. But do go over to newstate.pubg.com and you'll see a button at the top that says redeem to enter your account ID and enter this redeem code of NMOC 2022 Finals.
Go, go, go.
And you'll be able to obtain, I think, 5 chicken medals and a BP card for a specific map that I cannot read.
Yes.
It was very small text. I do apologize. My eyes aren't that good.
It was either Troy or
Yes. I mean, I did get my eyes, tested. Yeah, examined, and it was 1.5 on both sides.
Yeah,
it was
good.
Pretty good, but even that, I can't see that
It's too
text.
small.
Yeah, but
I have to put my contacts in now so I can see, and I still can.
yeah, exactly. But whichever city it is, I mean, it's fine. You'll have it well.
Either way, you're winning. Either way, you profit.
You ain't losing.
No. So quickly, make sure you get those codes in. They will go fast, and there'll be more codes coming. So don't worry. Stay tight. If you don't get this one, then make sure you stay tuned because there will be more.
And I would like to tell you guys to leave at least one coupon for me to type in, so I can do it at least during the break. You guys it would be very mean of you guys to not leave a single ticket
for
me to redeem.
Take them all. Take them all.
Before the third game ends, that would be very mean of you guys, but I wouldn't blame you guys that
Take
much.
them all, guys.
I would
Don't leave any for Joel.
Yeah, don't leave
See,
any for me.
this is the joking that people maybe
Yes.
don't. All right, we do have SA somewhat close to PGS, but PGS a little bit further ahead. So SA scouts it, decides not to continue driving in that direction, and I think that's probably a wise choice early on.
Yeah, this is looking good for SA. I mean, they have a full squad for the first time in this finals. That's good to see, but we'll see what they can make out of it because they are very close to PGS. I don't know if the observers will get to that. Yes, this is going to be a very, very important fight here. SA versus PGS. This is going to be a rematch of the game one. Actamon gets the first kill.
YC knocked onto the roof. A really nice spray down here. They can get some grenades up in there, and they might be able to find a decent knock. I like the way SA approaches these fights. Grenades, and then they push up the stairs. They follow up off of their own utility. Everybody covers their angles.
Oh, man.
And it's another one at the bottom of the stairs, going down top, trying to protect his teammate. He comes down the stairs himself.
Oh,
just
so close.
Just barely Top wins that fight.
Hey, but you know what? This is a finished fight. I don't see Top winning it out from here, but great stuff from SA to get their revenge. How good must that feel after losing out in that game one?
It's got to feel really good. I mean, if they can win this, if they can take top down without losing anybody else, they should have plenty of credits. Oh no, Make you knocked. Okay, they got to save his bacon. They got to get him down the stairs, but you know, in the knock state, you're really thick, so it's hard to get down there now. Top took a lot of damage.
Oh no!
That's another one!
It's gonna be 1v1 now.
Top! They're trying to push on him. Chan has to get aggressive, comes through the window, tries to peek. Decent angle, but not good enough.
Oh
Top has an
No!
opportunity. He gets
He
it!
gets it!
Top!
He gets it!
The 1v4!
1v3!
Woo! Oh my
Are
god.
you kidding me?
Unbelievable. He gets all 4 kills, Joel.
I mean, we ended that conversation saying that PGA was gonna lose. They were not gonna win that one.
They shouldn't have. That was just a little bit of a kind of sloppy 1-by-1 from SA. You're not used to seeing these kind of one at a time.
A bit rushed, I would have to say.
Yeah.
That was not the way to do it. It was just with a Tommy gun as well, along with a barrel, of course, at the back. But goodness me.
Unbelievable. He gets the headshot there at
Goodness.
the end. Unbelievable. Top has all the money in the world. Already has 1 green flare gun, close to having enough drone credits for a second.
Yeah.
And he's going to pop one up. And then let's see if he can safely get away with this is my question. I guarantee teams have been watching that kill feed, and like Top is not too far away from this.
Well, they should go back now. This is the best timing possible. But I don't know if they had enough visual hints to go down to the exact area, so they will pass PGS. Not going to worry too much about them, so PGS will get a free revive. More or less safe, I would have to say, in this closing here. Top does hear the airplane, and they must be able to spawn out this interaction.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for S. Well, Top gets a little stuck for the moment, but
they are looking towards that direction.
yeah, they're trying to spot it. They haven't seen it yet, though.
I mean, if you're top,
Oh, there it is.
yeah, there it is. I mean, you have to go for it. It's not a situation where you can just maybe run away from the situation. You are going to be the favorites to win out whatever battle you are going up against the green flare team.
Yeah, a little
There it
bit
is.
of free fire in here, and they should have him pretty much dead to rights.
Going inside the housing though.
Is he just gonna steal? Okay,
Why?
They had a vehicle out here.
No. Come on.
Oh, is he gonna get away?
Top absolutely misplayed there. Absolutely misplayed.
He gets out.
All he had to do was kill basically no helmet, no vest, nothing of a defensive maneuver whatsoever for it. And even his teammate was not beside him. With a
love it.
squad of 4, you missed out on
Oh,
a chance to kill one unequipped. It was basically to kill an
Oh, so
NPC.
it was a fumble for sure. But
Oh my goodness. And they get another drone credit out
yep, Ricey coming back now as well.
with a green flare gun.
Just
Oh my
Rhea C,
goodness.
the only one left.
TGS absolutely running away with this.
Yeah, they're getting away with
It-
getting away with crimes,
Ugh.
no doubt.
Top, this is frustrating. This is gonna haunt me at night. The fact that they couldn't get that kill.
Hey, no doubt. That is a feels bad man for sure.
Jeez.
MCY though is drifting in the direction of the second flare gun. So we saw this in the first game that MCY happy to try to aggress onto these. They're gonna go for yet another. This one's even in the blue, so potentially a little bit easier for MCY, I suppose, in a way.
And they really like doing this, and I think they're showing exactly what Top should have done, but they're doing it so well. And they're gonna keep their distance though, just in case it's a full squad that they're working with. But it is MCY who's gonna just take on the bandages and maybe get some boost on. But I imagine that with what we know of this team, they will start to enter that mall fairly soon here.
So yeah, well, we already have Rhea C landed. So MCY, I think, just a tad late. And not super sure.
Okay.
AL is gonna use it.
Yeah, this is
Now
the
they
time.
see him.
This is the
Now they're
timing.
gonna try to go for it. Yeah. This should be it. This should be the end of these two players. If they can just find enough of an angle.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wild chase.
Yeah, they're trying to maneuver themselves to a point where the angles aren't good enough for MCY, but it doesn't take long for these open fields to find it.
Wow.
Yep, just Ricey, all but out. Top gone, splatted, and there we go. The explosion is gonna take him out. There is still S.
With no loot whatsoever.
That's fine.
He has no helmet. Well, he has a helmet. Yes, sorry about that.
He gets the scraps from the exhibit hall.
Yes, the one that's been already farmed out by SA, but this should have enough that you can get at least a decent setup. See, he has a micro Uzi and a Tommy gun. How nice is that?
Yeah, just hide up and try to play for close quarters. Easy money. All right, Top. Meanwhile, not able to capitalize on PGS early. Now going to drive right by AL. AL so far hasn't revealed their presence necessarily, but there is a Volta park there, so that kind of leads you to believe that, yeah, there's almost definitely somebody there. Of course, the parting shots after Chop thrown by lets you know, yes, indeed, there is somebody in that compound.
And it's interesting to see that no one's actually invading the exhibit hall. That's pretty much at the center of the circle right now. Only PGSS is the only player that's in this giant compound that we know as the exhibit hall. But yeah, I mean, Top is trying to go for these smaller compounds, hoping that no one was in there, but we quickly found out that AO was shooting right back at them. With KP very close to them now, what is going to be Top's maneuver? They have to get into the circle some way or another.
I think they're thinking about that too. They might just try to gatekeep KP first, and then move in, just try to guarantee themselves some kill points, hopefully, and then try to go for a position in the circle after that. That's what I think they're angling for, but maybe not. They might just be waiting until the circle comes close, and then they'll make their move.
Well, here's KP. Now they have to make their entrance and come back in now. MCY, after their hunt, it's a lot of kills for it. Maybe trying to go for a switch in the vehicle and trying to go for another hunt if it allows him. You know, MCY is a great team. Very, very talented, but driving, not A+.
Yeah, everybody seems to have a little bit of.
Here's that gatekeep you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Top, so far, not doing so good. They've already lost 2. Now they're in a lot of trouble. They've done a decent amount of damage. If they can get a few more from KP, it's pretty easy. Live kill goes ham.
Close.
Junyoung gonna take him down, and KP just barely, maybe gonna get away. Junyoung's so weak finale. Gonna have to put up the barricade to try to protect this res.
And this is a very good situation for team. Oh, but another team's coming in. WC, yeah.
Yeah, they show up to the party, and they just try to see if they can clean this up. They are going to steal Devil.
Just ring around the rosy.
Yeah, they're circling, and it's so tough to avoid this.
Oh man, if it wasn't for WC, I think Top would have been in a really good position to try to go on the finishing kill onto KP while they were trying to go on the res, but didn't allow any time WC to try to go for the res, so that will be the end of Top after a pretty disappointing performance all around from them.
And while all this was going on, MCY did hunt down Junyoung and take him down. So KP also gets wiped with no kills in this game. Top only gets the 1 after everything is said and done. So yet again, you know, some of our top teams already starting to kind of establish themselves. MCY, PGS, WC, well ahead of a lot of the other teams, as MCY going to take their time with this next circle.
And something tells me that MCY is possibly going to run away in this match too, with PGSS probably not having enough resources to make a big difference to get a lot of points by himself in the exhibit hall. And with other teams out as well, with WC, they're looking for their own opportunities maybe, but they've been fairly quiet as well other than that, the few kills that they got from that roam around.
And the good news here for S is that one more team needs to die, and he gets at least a placement point. So there's that. He's got that going for him. 80 all die over on the east, and they've been able to just lock this one down for now. S still able to stay inside the exhibit hall.
Yeah, and get to the circle without any trouble.
I think he's pretty likely to be at least in the top 4.
Yeah, I think top 4 is pretty inevitable for S. He just needs to stay inside the exhibit hall. You see that the mini-map shows that S, with his current position, can be in the next circle without leaving the exhibit hall. And we are seeing now the other teams coming in, including WC and AL. AL is split to 2 vehicles. This is not going to be good for them.
Yeah, they tried to get away with it, and WC waited. And now they've got a decent opportunity, but all of a sudden, it's going to be Style who shows up and wipes WC with a grenade. Unbelievable.
Very, very nice. We talked about AL splitting to 2 vehicles, but they didn't waste any time for that second vehicle to come in for that reinforcement. And timely enough, they were able to get the wipe onto WC and get the res is fine. And this is a great, great reactive play by AL.
I thought WC had him dead to rights, but another huge grenade connects and spells the doom of one of our top teams. WC out. 5 kills in the round, though. You'll take those. That's not bad.
Very much so, and we are looking towards MCY now. Pretty much the only top team left, other than PGS. They're left in here, but yeah, I mean, you imagine if AL came, that second vehicle came, maybe 5 seconds later, that would have been a totally different result.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought I saw a grenade to kill Free, but I guess he got all those with that M249.
Yeah, I think it was a gunfire, but it really was the timing that was the important story to it all.
Yeah. All right, MCY over on the south side of the circle.
Will they go on the hunt onto exhibit hall? Will they liking their chances?
Well, I think they're just seeing if anybody comes out of it, right?
Anybody takes fires at them, I think that's going to be a good hint for them as well.
Yeah, of course. And that's what they're looking for. They're trying to bait something out, right? Like they're hoping that somebody will try to, take advantage of their open position. But I don't, of course we know that it's just S in there. So I would be surprised if he shot at them.
With a Tommy gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Hey, but you know what? We are still with MCY very much with their eyes locked on that exhibit hall to see if that's going to be their next opportunity, with the blue almost done closing down, so we'll get the new circle here very, very soon. AD looking like they will be in the more favorable position as they're closest to the center already, so yes, they will be locked on to this next circle, with AL also getting in pretty favorable position with PGSS now. Little to no hope for this next circle.
Oof. Yeah, it's a toughie. It hasn't been always that the team that has the compound in these late game scenarios wins. They can be tough to get in and out of sometimes, and some teams are just really good at attacking compound. So we'll see if that's going to be the play for MCY, if they're going to hit the backside of AD, or if they're going to try to wrap around the circle. I think they're really keen on making sure that the exhibit hall is empty.
Yeah, but if there's any team to do it, that compound invasion you were talking about, it will be MCY. They like the aggression, they like forcing the opportunities, and they have succeeded in many occasions. So we might just see that play once again for MCY. But as you see, all eyes locked onto the exhibit hall. They are on the other side of the hill, so S won't be able to notice them for quite a while. So S will try to go on foot. If S is found out, that's going to be it.
He's done.
Approximately 2 seconds left. It was 1 second. Sorry about that.
You know what? It's a good attempt. He gets a placement point. Cool. Not bad. For the situation he was given, that's about as good as it gets. So
1 point.
Yeah, you know what? You take those. You take every point you can get.
Well, here they are going up against AL maybe in this next encounter, but they don't know that AL is on the top of his heels here.
Oh boy, AL gets the opening salvo. The vehicle flips.
Oh man.
It's so hard to keep your fire. Somehow Repek gets a knock. How in the world did he do that? Style coming through big again.
Yeah, this ain't gonna make it.
Oh, AL, I think just barely gonna come out with this, and now it's AD immediately reacting, driving in towards this as well. They run into him. They flip.
Oh, another car flip.
Oh, that's problematic, but Hero's out in the open. He is gonna get taken down. It is gonna be all die with that last moment push out to take the win.
Didn't even use the full team to go for that attack, by the way. The other two guys stayed at the compounds, but doesn't matter. It was a car flip that worried us just for a little bit, maybe thinking that it might be another MCY situation, but they kept their cool, they kept their composure, and all die. Our first chicken dinner winner for them. And yeah, this is going to be a good run for them to see if they can push this on and maybe go closer and closer to that first place position.
They're talking about driving tactics. I love it. MCY there, you know, talking about better angles they can take. And,
yeah.
I mean, once that vehicle starts flipping Joel, that's when you have a real problem, because it's hard to keep your aim, right?
And I think the biggest problem with MCY in that instance was they were absolutely unaware of AD on the other side. So on the top of the hill, so if you're unaware and caught off guard, you are gonna fault a little bit on your driving. We already knew that MCY's driving wasn't A+. So with that into consideration, so we're putting multiple factors into consideration here. But all in all, MCY is still a great game with a lot of kills, and they're going to be pretty happy with that result.
I mean, it wouldn't be a PUBG game unless everybody's driving was subpar. I think that's just normal.
There you go. Normal
New State, normal PUBG. Top with the play of the tournament so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, biggest surprise of the tournament by far.
The 1v4 here is just ugly.
Top all by himself. It was a 1v4 though. I thought it was a 1v3 maybe.
It was a 1v4.
Okay, that's absolutely crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
Took down all 4 members.
I mean, we finished the conversation before all this, right? We thought that PGS lost. I mean, it was undeniable that they lost.
Yeah. It's just one of the best individual plays you'll see in New State. And definitely the best one of this tournament so far. So congrats to PGS's top for that play. That was unbelievable. I love that. Definitely going to go down in the highlight reel at the end of this one. WC here, this timing I thought was fantastic, and then Style just Rambo
the
mode.
Standing turret.
Unbelievable.
Goodness me. But MCY, yeah, this was a play where MCY, if they were in a more favorable position, if they weren't in this position where they knew exactly where AL was, it could have turned out to be a much better fight for them. But a car that's constantly flipping, spinning 360 all the way around. Another instance of that happens here, but MCY, it was a very, very disadvantageous position for them that they could not win out. But otherwise, still, with a lot of kills, they're going to be pretty happy with that, with another level, picking up second place with a lot of kills as well. Picking 11 points to pick up first in this game.
Yeah, AL looking good and, you know, seeming to hit a couple good moments. You know, we questioned a little bit maybe splitting your vehicles, but they're able to react fast enough, and some unbelievable shooting from Style to save that round for them. Still MCY Pro ahead of PGS by 3 points, and then world champion, and then AL. So AL, you know, getting all their work done in that second game. But like we were saying, the first game isn't really that indicative of what we're going to see for the rest of the day.
And it's good to see that with the higher quality level playing, basically higher caliber teams out there in this grand finals, understandably, we're getting a lot more even spread of points already in this match too. And we are seeing that it's not going to be so tap heavy this round, really for us to unpredictably decide who's going to be the top team at the end.
Absolutely. All right, match numeral trace. This time I got it right.
Yes.
Match number 3. Coming at you. Ooh, we're over on the east, centered around Mesa. I like this. A little bit of a different looking circle to start. And the plane path a little bit on the western side. So it's going to be tough to get over to our favorite drop spot of Vermont.
Like, if I'm SA right now, I would go for the lab. Because you know nobody else is going to go to the lab. But the lab is a great spot to try to feed for a lot of position and try to go for a lot of loots early in this game. But they might just go back to the exhibit hall thinking that no one's going to return back there. We are seeing the purple dots heading back to the exhibit hall. With AD now heading way down to the east. Are they going to the lab? It seems like they are.
Looks like it. 80's been pretty passive in the early game, so I would not be too surprised. Yeah, they're going lab. I'm pretty sure.
It's going to be your first look at the lab, Paperthin.
I know, I'm excited. We briefly sort of got to see a few of these places. What's the one on the north? The military.
The Garrison.
The Garrison. That's what
We saw a player land there for the last match of yesterday's matches, but we didn't actually get that on camera.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it on camera,
Yeah.
but he was there, and that made me at least halfway there to being happy.
There you go. Well, here's PGS. Basically dominated this mall area that no other team is going to challenge them for this spot. But it is very much on the edge of the map this time around with the opening of this circle very much to the east. So it is going to be, once again, a hit and run type of situation where the mall will be included for this first circle, probably not by the second.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely. I really like that there's like a sheet metal bridge on the mall. You know, it's like the the jankiest bridge. Like, I'm amazed that whoever welded that together.
Oh yeah.
Like that it holds up over time. But you know, it's nice for our players, and I'm sure they're thankful that somebody put the time and effort.
Hey, but in this setting of 2052 though, I would imagine it might be just been robots. Who built that metal wedge.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're big on the AI now, right? Like
Yeah.
Here at 2050.
I mean,
2051.
buildings building buildings.
Yep.
Robots
AI.
building robots.
Yep. Yeah, and
That's how it works now.
We, you know, we talk about AI, you know, rights a lot here. What the drones, you know, how we feel about drone murder.
Yes, they have no soul, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. We didn't determine that.
That was the conclusion. No one can tell us otherwise.
Yeah, that's what we're going with.
Yeah.
WC having another solid day. This is a team
Yes,
that just kind of quietly gets it done.
And I feel like it's the team that we talk the least about, but does get mentioned when it's the most important times.
Yeah.
It's that one mention to say, yes, they ended up as one of the top teams of the groups. And that's pretty much been their story so far in this tournament. They don't do anything that's way out of the zone and way out of the ordinary to say that, man, how did he think of that? How did he do that? They just do all the right things at the right time, so unnoticeably, so that at the end of it all, the results kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's really funny to me, that team, because I don't think about them a lot during the games, and then I look at the scoreboard and I'm like, oh yeah, they're doing really good.
Yeah.
So props to them. You know, they are a really consistent, solid team. SA looked so good. Maybe they were just too explosive. Maybe everybody's kind of got their sights onto this SA team, trying to gather up the cash and these kind of things, get ready to start calling in some drones. In fact, I hear one flying over.
But you know what it is, though, for this team of SA, match one, yes, maybe they didn't make the best of decisions to go for the mall, to try to go for the conflict, and it ended up not working out for them. But match two, I feel like they made all the right decisions. It just was that very, very surprising play from top, just in that one individual outpour that was crazy to see. But if it wasn't for that, I think SA would have had a really good game too. Just missed that on an opportunity.
Probably. I really think that they should have won that fight a little cleaner against top, against BGS. Just wasn't meant to be. And you know, all the props in the world to top. Unbelievable play by him.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah, but absolutely, SA you know, they started a good fight. They executed their fight very, very well. They just couldn't quite finish it completely. WC looks like they're going to just be heading into the center.
Yeah.
And they're going to lock this down.
And I think if you're SA right now, the only thing that I would really try to consider to be cautious of is to keeping your mental strength up, because that game 2 would have really taken a toll on your mental stress. Your team really believing in yourself that we can be a top team. I'm sure they thought that before they got in here today. And to have 2 games in a row now where it really didn't produce any results, they need to start believing in themselves, but do it in a more patient manner and just keep their game up. They don't need to change up what they're doing. They just need to execute a little bit better. I feel like that last play we saw from match 2 was a little bit rushed by certain individuals, and I feel like they could have executed it better. All the while, I think it is up to SA now to recover back from all that stress they faced in match 1 and match 2, and just go back to their old ways, which should work out for the rest of the matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's perfectly said how they should be approaching this. You know, I think also they're going to be looking forward to, you know, we do take a break after game number 3. I think that'll help them a little bit,
yes.
reset their mentality. You know, we see that a lot, that after the first break, all of a sudden the dynamic changes oftentimes here in this event so far. We'll see if that maintains today, but it seems like that's the time when the teams can really sit down, take a few minutes to figure out, okay, what are we doing wrong? How can we fix it for the rest of this day? And that's where you see those really good adjustments come through, and the really teams start to rise.
And that really is a good point, because we've seen very consistently throughout the group stages, and even in yesterday's wildcards, that after match 3, after they get their first break to strategize things over, suddenly the good teams don't play as well for some reason, and the teams that didn't perform that well suddenly rise up in level. So that really goes to show you that teams will use that break to their maximum potential, and we'll hopefully see that once again from some of these teams that need to recover back from not so good games in the first 2 here.
And it's really impressive to see these players be able to do that on the fly, to make those changes, to make these good decisions. Also, it should be noted that, you know, a lot of these players and teams do have coaches, but they weren't able to be on site because of the COVID regulations. So they have to do it kind of on their own. They have to figure these things out in, you know, that short 5-10 minute break, whatever it is.
Yeah. But we saw that it turned out to be very, very fruitful for a lot of these teams, so it definitely could happen again here with some of the top teams here to play again in the grand finals, with PGS looking towards very much their rival now, with them being in second place against this team, MCY, who's pretty much been running away with 2 great games. Looking to do it once again here in match number 3, but hasn't recorded an early kill, which is weird to say in a certain aspect, but it's uncharacteristic for this team.
Yeah, I was just thinking we haven't really seen anything yet. Everybody's still alive. Nobody's died. This has actually been probably the quietest beginning to a new state match.
SA getting close to MCY though. We've seen this interaction before, and SA never has really come out on top in this instance.
Well, they saw that crate, but it's kind of out in the open on the middle of that road.
Yeah.
To the mall suburb, I guess I'll call it. That compound that's to the east of the mall.
Yeah, but if it is SA, if you're a team like SA, you really want to reel on that opportunity to try to go for a crate, even though that means getting some interruptions from a lot of the teams around you. But they are going to give it up, like you said. Maybe just head to the center of the circle now. They're very much at the south of Mesa. It is very much the center of this current circle.
Altai is separated into 2 vehicles. I was just about to point this out.
And they're getting very, very close to the same route as SAR.
Backpack leads the way. They got to be really careful as SA. They might get hit in the butt by the second vehicle. Backpack's up.
Both teams crash. Both teams crash.
Oh, disaster!
Oh no.
Oh, SA, no, they hit that tree.
No.
Oh, the driving, that could be the end.
That's it.
Thank you. He's trying to run in.
That's it.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
3 games in a row. Absolute disaster for SA.
I am just...
We're in shock.
I've got my hands behind my head. I am...
This was not the team that dominated Group C all day in their group stage. And we thought it was against a very strong Group C as well.
Yeah, you can't have those kind of driving mistakes. You've got to be responsible when you're the driver. I know you want to get out, you know, shoot or try to help give your team angles, but can't be hitting those screens. Once your momentum stops.
MCY though, they're having a tough time as well.
Oh, KP though is gone.
Okay.
They just barely, even though they take a lot of damage
Yeah.
with MCY, they're able to scrape through that. My goodness
Here we are.
gracious. AD now. Top trying to do something.
Good
A big
grenade.
Rache. Huge. And now Top is in absolute
Just
disarray.
shoot through it. Just shoot
Beautiful.
through it. That's all you need to do.
Dude, he is absolutely rocking and rolling. Devil takes a whole bunch of damage, tries to throw the grenade up on the roof.
Yeah, but this should be the end of it. I mean, we're not going to see another play like we see from PGS Top from that last game, but definitely should be over in a minute now.
Got the heal off. PGS not going to win that fight.
Devil?
Not quite.
Okay. so-
Netify able to save the day, but Rache. Huge stuff.
yeah, another miracle play.
How many
Up and coming.
kills does Rache have? He had like 3 already going into that fight. He's got like 6 kills or something.
It's crazy because AD right now with 8 kills, they're doing quite well here at Paper Thin.
Absolutely great stuff. Love to see it.
And it's worth mentioning that MCY, although that fight wasn't as clean as they like, they did get the wipe, which is exactly what they were looking for. They did get all the red stuff, and they still haven't got their driving skills.
They still haven't gotten their, still on their learner's permit.
Haven't gotten it yet.
Haven't gotten the license
Yeah.
yet. They need some more time in the simulator.
Yep. You should just come over to my house.
Yeah,
I
I was
mean,
gonna
I
say,
got the driving simulator.
You've
all
got the setup ready.
It's installed. I mean,
There we go. We'll just go tell them during the break. Hey, you guys need a little help with your driving. SA might need a little help too. They,
Oh, yeah.
man,
SA, man.
it's so.
it's frustrating.
It is.
I mean, when you expect a team to do so well at the biggest stage in the grand finals, and you not only hope that in a sense of just emotional attachment to a certain team or whatever, but it's just based on pure results of what we've seen from them so far. How well they play, how maneuverable they can be, and how adjustable they can be depending on different situations. We haven't seen any of that. It was pretty straightforward, just a very, very two-dimensional playing tactics from SA, and nothing else from that.
And mistakes.
Yes.
A couple big mistakes that have cost them each game.
And I feel like no matter how frustrated we are right now, it does not come close to how frustrated they are at
Oh,
themselves
yeah.
right now.
Oh, yeah.
I bet they're. I'm absolutely sure they're heated going into this break and see how they can somehow recover from this and try to become the best team. At the end of the day, it's going to be very, very difficult from here.
You're right. No doubt about it. I hope that they're able to calm down, really refocus themselves for this. We're not even halfway. There's still a lot of games to be played. Nobody's run away with the scoreboard
Yes.
yet. 22 points is the most so far. And we've seen teams put up like 40-plus points in the first 3 games and still not be able to make it into the grand finals.
Yeah.
There could not be one of even the top 2 teams.
You're right.
We saw with NMG.
And that's the best news, best scenario for SA is that the scores are very well dispersed across all the teams now. There are no single team that's running away with it as of right now. But that could change very, very soon. So that gives no room for SA to really halt on their manners. And I'm not saying they wanted to, but they have to come back in this game for after the break to try to have a big one here. Again, another
MCY,
big fight here with
trying
MCY
to
and
chase-
PGS.
Yeah, trying to chase him down from behind. They get stopped up though. It's 2 for 2.
Very close.
Quick. Oh,
Very,
Beats
very
gets
close.
Out. Beats gets one. They can
Beats!
just find S. S trying to run away. Takes a lot of damage as he gets out
Oh,
of the car.
no!
Beats gets extra pack on a sliver of health. S, if he can find this grenade,
This
he
has
is
to be a
going
miracle
to
grenade.
end the round.
That
Bounces
looks
around
good.
the corner. Oh, it just came up short. Repek did take a little bit of damage, but was able to get the heal off just in time with the
S
first
has
aid.
not healed yet. This is important noting.
Oh, Repek, if he can just peek it, tries to go for the angle, not able to find it. There is going to be the point confirmed as Beams does bleed out S. Is Repek going to be able to find this grenade?
Now, is S going to heal back up before this confrontation again? Because Repek is already at an advantage when it comes to HP. So, when it's a very even situation, Repek will have the edge, the advantage to try to win this fight. Does heal back now.
Nobody feels comfortable to try to third-party this from their spots. Everybody else kind of had safety up on the northern side of the circle. This is more towards the south. That grenade explodes right on top of S. Had it gone a little bit further, I think it might have finished him. That one comes up short. Right there's the finish. Nice double grenade. Nice follow-up.
Goodness.
Repek gonna get it done for MCY.
Oh, and he nods. He does the nod emote.
Yeah.
He knows who's king.
I wanted the Kozak. Cossack.
And the simplest of emotes is all it takes for this instance. Yeah, that's me. That's me.
You're a simple emo kind
Yes.
of guy. Okay.
That's me.
But I wanted the Cossack and win.
And we'll get those moments too. We'll get those moments too for sure. We got the Cossack emote down to everyone. If you haven't picked it up, by the way, I think it's still in your mail. I think it will run until Sunday is my knowledge. But once again, completely unofficial is what I remember. All right, but if you go onto the mail now and see the Cossack emote, be sure to pick it up quickly because it's going to go away in a short while.
Yeah. So log into New State, get your sweet. It's a great emote.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Unbelievably, I love that dance.
We actually ran a scientific experiment yesterday, kind of proving the fact that if you run a Cossack emote right before a big fight, it gives you an advantage.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Scientifically.
It's scientifically
Yes.
proven.
Yes.
We are definitely scientists.
Yes,
So you should trust us.
Based on our conversations of physics and biology from yesterday, you guys know how scientific we are.
Yeah. Absolutely. I could actually be a little bit scientific about physics if I wanted to, but I don't want to. That's not as fun.
Okay.
Well,
Being serious in
I know, it's not as
2022.
fun. Yeah, I don't want to be
Paper
serious.
thin. Being serious. Who does that?
Boo.
Who does that?
Boo.
Gosh.
Yeah, it'd be boring.
All right. So we are here with MCY. They are all alone. I don't know if he has any drone critics. I think he would have picked plenty of them up, but he has to just drive away as he's getting out of the sight of WC Kohi, who was getting an idea of where a car might be running away, but it was just too far away to go for the shots there.
I'm just not sure there's anywhere safe.
Well, here's the 3515. This might be enough for 2 green flare gun. There you go. So he bought a green flare gun, and I think another extra green flare, and that equates just right for the amount that he had. So he might be able to bring 2 teammates back over, but can he do it safely is the question.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was thinking about here was, is there anywhere in this circle that's left that he'd be safe to get away with it? I don't think so.
Kohi.
Yeah,
He's going on the hunt, but he's by himself though.
I don't know if he saw it. I don't think he saw him yet.
And even if he did, is he at an advantage going 1v1 here? Repeg was definitely keeping his eyes open.
8 kills for MCY in this game. So,
Oh yeah.
You know what? No matter what, this is a good game.
It's a great game for them, yeah. So picks up the first green flare gun with the attached green flare. Shoot it up in the air. There you go. Second one. Equip it now. Bam. There we go.
All right.
2 green flare guns.
All right. Let's see if we can get it done.
Hey, wait, that was 3?
Did he have 3? He had 3.
What a god.
He's bringing the whole team
The
back.
whole team.
We're getting the band back together.
Hey man, this kind of makes me reflect back on my real life.
AD's like, nah, bro.
Nah.
No way. No way you're getting away with that.
Okay. So AD, they're looking for this opportunity to get some free kills, and Repec will just run away.
Now, how far can you parachute?
I think it's about 200 meters at best.
Oh, so not too far.
So you won't be able to get away from this. It's the typical play where you start off on the starting island, right? And you intentionally go to the end of the flight path, land quickly, and shoot down AFK players.
Oh, yeah.
You know how you can do that, right?
Yeah, of course.
This is basically the same scenario.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Yep.
Well, they might get one down.
AO's trying to steal one. Oh,
Now
WC.
Yeah, WC's trying to win the game. But Ruin, Ruin.
Ooh.
2 already with the M249.
Goodness me.
That is,
Uh-oh.
he is living
Wait,
up to his name.
Koyan
I don't
fell out of the vehicle.
I think he
Yeah,
actually...
he got car damage. He left the car early.
It happens.
Yikes. Well, all the green flare guns went to a waste because the land was
could just win this because everybody's killing each other.
Hey, look at that. I mean, you see Repeg up at the top of that mini-map, everybody else is fighting each other. He's at least going to get second. At least going to get second.
AL has recovered nicely, though.
Kohi's by himself.
I thought AL might suffer more damage, but they didn't. Kohi's done.
There's no way he's surviving this one.
Yeah, we haven't seen it work yet. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know what? Look, Repack did what he could. He's going to get a second place out of it. I don't see a world where he's going to get anything else, but with 4 up and a couple vehicles available for AL, should be their victory.
gets back into the
No,
blue.
face, nope.
He knows he can't do it.
Shuts the
Yeah, the
door.
grenade. He blows himself up. He blows himself up. Just enough time. There you go.
Oh
Yeah,
my
not gonna give
gosh.
that point away. Smart play. I love how Rebecca literally saw that speck come out of that hill and just, oh, no, I'm coming back in.
Nope.
You ain't kidding me here.
Nope. No, sir.
Hey, man, though, another level, getting the chicken there, that feels good. But I think the true winners from all of this is MCY with Rebecca by himself. Somehow, you like to be stranded for the right reasons, right?
It's like when you open your door, somebody comes and it's like a salesman. And
Yeah.
you're just like, no way. And you shut the door in their face. You wanted no part of that.
It ain't the Girl Scout cookies, man. I'm telling
Yeah.
you, if it ain't the Girl Scout cookie,
Then we
close
turn
that,
away.
close the door
we
back.
established that on day one.
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
We,
Hey.
we live for the Girl Scouts.
But you know what it is, though? MCY was not included in that big battle down in the south of the circle, but you like to be inclusive in most moments in life, but that moment you would actually like being excluded from that moment. So MCY Sinyena picked the right moment to be in the right position and is gifted basically the second place position with a lot amount of kill points as well.
Yeah, sometimes it pays to be an introvert
Yeah.
instead of an extrovert, right? So, all right, very nicely done here by AL, continuing their impressive performance from yesterday into today as they look really strong. 80, not a bad game at all. You know, SA just, again, it's a tree and that just spells their doom. Those trees they're tough, man. They're made of titanium or something. They don't bend, they don't break. So once you hit that tree, your momentum stops, and that just allows the other teams to tear you apart.
Telling you, man. 2051, lots of things do change, and that includes biology.
He petrifies the trees.
There you go. But it still grows.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's an amazing.
Amazing feat of science.
Yes, advancements in biological science. Why not? Hey, but you know what it is though, MCY, although they obviously would have wanted all those green flares guns to connect and have a full squad for the end of the game, you knew you weren't gonna survive that with so many people around you who's gonna be very keen to get those free kills, and they did. But all the more, you have to talk about these very aggressive teams really getting their worth here. AL, AD, all these teams that come to mind where they're not waiting for the opportunity, but they're really allowing themselves to go on the hunt and to try to go for the kills that way. And it's the reason why there's some of the top teams right now in second and third.
Yeah, you got to make your own destiny in New State in this event. And that's what I like about it. I mean, everybody has to go aggressive. They have to find the right times to get their kills, to get their points, if they're going to win this. So, personally, I love the way the point structure is formatted for this event. I think it really makes it exciting. You're getting a lot of really interesting decisions, a lot of tactical decisions that have to come out from the teams, when to be passive, when to aggressive, and it makes a really interesting format and scenario come out for all of these games.
Yeah, you just can't sit back. You have to be proactive at all moments that is provided to you, and MCY has been doing that. Although they haven't been getting a lot of rank points, only 7 for being a first place team, it's the kills. 22 of them to get themselves in the first place position right now, and man, they're looking so good. They looked great in Group A, and right now in this finals, we thought them to be one of the top teams coming in here. They're doing all right.
No kidding. Well, it's like we said, you have to get it done through kills, almost assuredly. Yeah, tiebreakers are rank points, but so far we've seen it be that it's whoever has the most kills on the day is going to come through with the win. So really, that's how you're going to have to get it done. So expect a lot more of these hunting down the green flares. I like that today green flares are extremely dangerous. They're extremely hard to pull off. I think that's really interesting.
And I think that most teams would have gone so far outside the blue zone to have a safe landing with the green flare gun, but these teams aren't about going way outside. They like to play with risks a little bit, and that once again translates into green flare guns not being as successful today. And we're gonna see how they do. And I think we're gonna go to an interview here.
It's all you, bro.
Yeah, so let's see. Going with AD. AD with, yeah, they're right now first place. If you keep this up, I think your team has a decent chance to win so much money. How do you feel so far?
일단 지금까지는
Well, for right now, I think it's going just as planned.
약간 계산대로 흘러가고 있다.
Do you think you've expected this current result that you have right now? Because it feels like you're really being dynamic and being aggressive at the end of the game, but is there any team that you're looking out for right now?
원하더 레벨 팀이 제일 견제가 됐는데
I actually thought that AL would have been a very strong team, but
견제되는 팀은 없는 것 같습니다.
but we don't actually have another team that we're looking out for. Even MCY Pro, a team that's been doing so well, are you not afraid of them?
MCY는 솔직히 무섭긴 합니다.
MCY is a bit scary. I did forget about them. Sorry about that.
자, 그래도 이제 이번 경기 통해서
With this game, you have a lot of matches left to go. Do you feel like you can be consistent to try to go for the prize money in the end? And do you have anything to say to your teammates regarding this?
얘들아 상금 먹자.
Let's get the prize money, guys.
화이팅! 멋진 경기 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 좋아요. 네, 이어서 지금 현재
Alright, we're gonna go to another team.
자, 1위 팀.
This is our first place team, MCY. If you keep this up, Beams, you are gonna be winning the 150,000 US dollars.
차량 운전?
네, 많이 연습했고요.
Yeah, I did practice a lot, especially my driving, and I'll try to show some good driving for the rest of the matches. I mean, Beams right now is taking care of the shot calling along with the driving, but with all these teams having to defend against the teams coming to the inside the circle, is this something that you specifically prepared?
예상한 게
We kind of expected that all the teams would run away from us, so we were trying to go around the circle, try to pick up the kills in our own tempo. Is there another team right now that you're really being cautious of going into other teams? We have no teams that we're scared of. What about AL? Well, another level is the top team from there, but after we fought against them, I think we're gonna take the victory. They don't have anything against us. After 3 rounds now, and you're still maintaining first place, are you going to maintain this exact same strategy for the rest of the 5 matches?
그건 비밀로 해두겠습니다.
I think we're gonna keep that secret.
몇 가지 수많은 전략이 있나 봐요.
Great interview right there.
자, 팀원들과
Alright, so you got your teammates and the fans cheering you on. Anything you want to say to them?
MCY 응원해 주시는 분들 굉장히
Thank you for everyone, all the people that are cheering on for MCY. We thank you so much. Let's take the 150,000 US dollars and go home happy.
와, 선수들의 박수가 좀 쏟아지고 있어요. 네.
MCY, super confident.
Words of confidence, for
Yeah.
sure. That's what you like to hear. That's what you like to see. I mean, they're not afraid of anybody. They say, "We'll see, Joel. I'm not so sure."
The team that they were sort of afraid of was AL, but after getting a confirmation of them, Beams said, nah, they're not up to our
Not so
level.
much.
Yeah, the 150,000 US dollar is going to us, right?
Hey, that's what I want to hear, man. That's what
stuff.
you gotta have. You gotta be confident. And MCY today looks just as good as we thought. Maybe Group A, just based on the way that the open qualifiers meetings had worked, that maybe they might be a little bit weaker because it seemed like maybe it was a weaker group, but not at all. MCY has really come to play.
Best team from day one. Right now, the best team of the finals. And if they can keep this up, they will be the top team to take home all that money. And really, really happy about it, I'm sure.
Yeah, oh, no doubt. So some fun interviews, of course. It's nice to get to hear from these teams. But guys, we gotta take a short break. We will be back. We still have a lot of matches to go here at the New State Mobile Open Challenge. Stay tuned, we'll be back shortly.
4곱하기4크기의 영역에서 64명이 플레이하는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 매경기 랜덤으로 4곱하기4 크기의 경기 구역이 결정됩니다. 경기 제한 구역을 30초 동안 벗어나면 기저로 사망 처리되니까 조심하세요. 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드에서는 기존 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 비행기 고도가 낮아 더 빠르게 필드에 도착하고 최초 낙하 시 부스트 게이지 100% 상태에 권총, 연막탄, 300 드론 크레딧을 가지고 투입됩니다. 초반부터 긴장해야겠죠? 보급상자 눈치 게임 시작! 경기 구역이 결정되면 바로 랜덤으로 배치되는 2개의 보급상자 위치도 공개됩니다. 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 더 많은 물자와 탈 것이 등장해 빠른 파밍이 가능하고 사망 재투입 대기 기간, 드론 배송 시간 등이 단축됩니다. 신규 모드 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 정식 배틀로얄 모드로 티어 점수를 획득할 수 있고 업적도 달성할 수 있는 모드입니다. 뉴베만의 트로이를 더 짧은 시간에 화끈하게 즐길 수 있는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드 플레이하고 소감은 댓글로 달아주세요.
just 5 more games to go here at the New State Mobile Open Challenge, and then we will crown our first ever New State Esports champion. This is it. I'm Paper Thin. This is Joel. Unbelievable game so far. What we expected. Closer games, more competitive games, fierce competition.
And you know what the best part of it all is? Anybody can take it from here as well. It seems like MCY is doing much better than the rest of the pack, but it isn't by much. So it is definitely out there for all the other teams to still look for that first place finish, which is the best thing you can expect in a finals like this. Very competitive, very closely edged, and it's going to go all the way down to the last game, I'm sure, to see who's going to be the top of the placement after this.
I'm really excited. I mean, some of the teams that maybe we weren't fully expecting to do that well, like AL, like AD, exactly, are playing very well here today. MCY, you know, you and I thought MCY or SA, like which one of those two was going to be the better one. So far, MCY, but like we've been saying, plenty of opportunity for SA to turn it around. It's been small mistakes for SA that's really killed them.
Yeah, I think yeah, it really is, because it's strategizing. I think it was fine. They came here with the right plans in mind, but game one, they landed at the mall. Understandable. They thought they were one of the best teams, so they can go up against any team at the mall and still be successful. Turned out not to be the case, so basically throwing away that game one. Game two, they did the right things. And literally, they were at an advantageous position to go up against the house invade, and it basically worked out until we saw Top from PGS getting a 1v4 wipeout, which was completely unexpected. But it is fair to say that they hesitated just a little bit in the way that I don't think they should have gone up one by one through the stairs and given Top the best opportunity to go for that impossible wipeout, which he did. I think it could have been maneuvered a little bit better. It could be controlled a little bit better. And something about control is what we always emphasize about SA's positives. And this is a situation where that in game 3, although that's could have been a little bit better, but it just wasn't to the favor in that strategy going up against the other team to get the wipe on the other end.
Tree, you know, that was it. Once they hit that tree, that was probably the end of that fight.
It is these very, 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 very critical mistakes at the key times that are really wasting the opportunities for them to get ahead of the marker, to really establish themselves as one of the key teams that we expected them to be, just not happening right now.
Yeah, big picture ideas are good for SA. It's the execution that surprisingly isn't there. Compared to what we saw from them in the group stage, their execution was near flawless. So we're going to have to see if this break allowed them to readjust, to really kind of get their footing underneath them and come up with better results.
And I think it's important for SA to jump back mentally, especially after this break. This game 4, I think it is the game that you have to make it in. If you have another game where you produce no results from this game 4 halfway through the tournament, where every other team is obviously doing their best match after match to rack up their points, I just don't think half a tournament for them in a day is not going to be good enough for them to win that first place prize, probably as they expected. So this game 4 has to be a real big stepping stone for them if they're going to have a chance to win first today.
Yeah, I'd like to see them put up at least like 10 points ish. They don't have to go crazy like we saw the other day where they had 22 kills in one game. We just need to see them be efficient, be effective in this one, you know, get a lot of kills, 8, maybe 9 kills, get decently deep into the game, and then I'm going to feel a lot more comfortable at SA. Now, MCY, on the other hand, another team that blew the doors off of their group, just absolutely performed crazy. They look exactly the same.
Yes.
It looks like the same team from that day.
It is about as consistent as you can hope for a really top-tier team. And obviously, it's not as to the lengths of what we saw in the group stage because it was against a comparatively weaker competition. They were getting way more kills in Group A than they are now. But the whole strategy, the whole imagery of what they are looking like right now is very much the same. And that's a great sign to see. And they're very much on their way to becoming the top team at the end of the day. But one thing to note, that especially after this break, it is easy to get complacent. We've seen this team from many different teams throughout the group stages. We've seen this in the wildcards where you play so great for the first few matches and you kind of think to yourself that you can just autopilot, that you can cruise to victory, and it just never is not that case. There's just a competition is way too fierce out here, and that goes the same thing for MCY as well, because They have to keep that run going. They have to force it to happen like they've been doing, which is a good thing for them because they make their opportunities for themselves. They don't wait for it to happen, but they have to keep being proactive and they have to execute as well as they did and not get complacent, which is the most important part if they want to be successful today.
Yeah, I like MCY. It's just early game aggression, early game roaming, try to find the points where they can, pick off the early green flare guns if there's any opportunity for that. Really smart stuff. AD really playing passive, but getting into good positions early, hunkering down, not giving anybody out any opportunities to, get good pushes on them, good compound attacks. They defend well, and then they are able to come through in the end games and make really good decisions.
And I think AD and AL sort of similar in a way.
Yeah.
I think they are the prime examples of being at the right place at the right time and executing decently as well. They're winning most of their team fights against another teams, and here they are, looking like one of the top teams that has a decent chance to become the surprise team to win the games here.
I agree with you, 100%. All right, let's find out how the next 3 games are going to look after a break. It is match number 4 here at the Open Challenge for New State Mobile. Big turnaround needed for some of these teams. Meanwhile, teams like MCY, All Die, and AL trying to maintain their positions at the top of the leaderboard. Start, once again, a little bit more center. Ball kind of close, so drifting a little bit back to the west compared to our previous game circle, but I think now it seems like the drop locations in the center of the map anyway are somewhat settled.
Yeah, more or less decided between the teams and not really keen on disturbing another person's drop plays. And that does go for more of the center areas like the ball, like the exhibit hall that SA was able to take over since game 2. It is going to be a situation where these edge plays are going to change from game to game, so we might still see some conflict there. We're seeing one now right by the exhibit hall. So this is going to be very important for a top team like MCY to go up against another top team with AL. Seemingly being getting heavily damaged now by Style, who has landed much earlier, picking up that DP, picking up the ump, and picking up that damage too against Veems, who was just very much on the late on the parachute.
He's been incredible with those LMGs. Style has really impressed at the opportunities that he's been given. Oh my god, he hit those shots to Fize, and he hit a headshot. That's insane.
That hurts.
That's insane. Nice shooting. Bravo.
Yeah, and we are looking at this whole scenario of MCY maybe getting into their first ever initial conflict in a landing zone, and somehow they have to recover from it because Kyungju is driving and there's no one to cover fire from him.
Yeah, if he gets hit 2 more times with that up, he's probably done. That AK, if it hits the head, it's game over, but he's able to just narrowly escape this. Now, the problem is Repek is stuck in the middle of all AL bases.
Can't even move.
Yeah, they need to help him somehow.
The moment he makes the footstep is the moment he goes down, and you have to just rely these stair kills be the most reliable option, and he does make the movement now, gets himself exposed, and Style has been very consistent lately for these past few days.
I like AL, grouping up, trying to get everybody to do this at the same time. They're checking the rooms.
This shouldn't be that difficult. 1, 2. Yeah, that's about as far as you get. Now, this means that everybody else from, I don't know about this, MCY, everybody's getting away. I don't know if this is the right choice. I think the 3 of them should have came back because he knows they got 2 knocks, and probably the 3rd one was pretty injured as well, and they can get that communicated over to your teammates as well. So it would essentially be a 3v1 point quarter, right? So it is a situation I think you should have went back. The heals could not come that fast. The reses could not come that fast. I think MCY made a pretty passive play there that they might regret later on.
I tend to agree with you. I think they could definitely justify making a push in that moment. I get why they left. You know, there's still the green flare guns available, but they got to be super careful. You know, we've seen it throughout this. MCY's been one of the teams doing it, harassing the green flare gun drops. So it's tough to get those to land this lobby. The teams are too good. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to be able to get away with it. I'm not sure if anybody was hot dropping anybody else in this fight. You know what I mean, Joel? Like, if AL chose to try to attack MCY or vice versa, because these are our two of our top 3 teams. I think it might have just been coincidental. That's the thing about the BR Extreme mode is sometimes, because the circles are constantly changing and your drop spots are constantly changing, things just happen.
It's not a verbal agreement between the teams saying, hey man, I'm going to land here, so don't land here no matter what happens. It doesn't work like that interaction-wise, so it is going to be a situation where the central location I was talking about, the mall, the exhibit hall, these places are generally fine, maybe even up to Chester even. They're usually fine in terms of if some team establishes their position, usually it happens through conflict, and if the team wins out, the other team doesn't. Dumb, but dumb enough to go out there, but he just accidentally went out there without understanding his position. But yes, that is a place you do not want to get to, even if you're here. And you can see right there on the edge, the dark blue is that restricted zone.
All right, so at least MCY able to punish AL a little bit to regroup and get their ranks bolstered, get back to a decent number of players on their teams. But for now, it seems like they're going their separate ways.
Hey, but you know what it is? AL is usually not a persistent team when it comes to chasing down players, but when they know that half of the squad they already wiped is MCY, you will go for this.
I love their maneuver here. Too good aggressive on MCY. I think it didn't work 100%, but it worked like 60%. That's good enough.
Yeah. I mean, if AL can get a green flare gun after they lost their one member, they might go for the finish onto MCY, but it seems like they're just getting away now with MCY having to somehow recover back from this because, like I said, it's been a pretty weak showing, and I think the most critical decision-making that has gone wrong after that first fight, because you gotta remember that one member from MCY did splendid to go for that 1v3 and almost got the entire wipe. I really still think that they should have just gone back and gone for the reinforcements to try to finish the kill off if you were MCY.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make in the moment, but I tend to agree that that would have been for a lot of reasons. I think a lot of it also, for me, comes into the fact that, oh, hold on, second code. Okay, so second code, NMOC Esports 22. Yeah, so NMOC ESPORT.
Oh, man.
That's your second code. By the way, there was still some available for the first code
yeah,
as well.
I did kindly ask you, we'll go into this action first and we'll talk about the coupons a little bit later, but PGS, this is an important fight against them and KP.
Yeah, initial grenades are good for both teams. There's a knock on both sides, so PGS trying to find an angle in. It's going to be Kangmi trying to get it. Oh, he gets slowed down by S.
Has been playing wonderfully today.
There's a P90 out there, but I don't know if it's going to be super effective. What is he looking for with this grenade? Oh, upstairs, he heard footsteps. He can get out the window, though.
Oh, that was actually really good.
Yeah, Jun Young just kind of pre-firing around the corner, but the grenade again from
Ricey.
He's been phenomenal.
Oh, and the third team now. The Hyena. The Hyena that roams around is actually not going as aggressively that I thought they would, because I think the kill feed didn't give them enough of a confidence, seeing that it was only probably maybe a knock against the other side. And they're not confident to go against a PGS side that has been playing really well today.
Yeah, and you got to remember, right, in New State, you can res people pretty quick, because if your whole team does it together, it takes like 4 seconds instead of just 10 with one person. So you can get people back really fast. So one knock is pretty easy to recover from. You can recover from it pretty quickly, and I think WC wisely here doesn't try to pick a fight.
And I think this is a perfect segue to talk about the coupon.
There we go. Very good.
PMOC Esports 22, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yes.
That was the second coupon code, and you did mention that the first coupon code was nicely available for me to use, because that's the most important thing, right? For me to use it.
Yeah.
Because I did generally...
That's all I thought about when I said that.
I did nicely ask you guys. I asked you guys very nicely to leave me at least one coupon so I can use it, and so I can get my 5 chicken medals and my BP card. Thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for your cooperation, for your participation, for your cooperation in helping me to get my coupon. I was able to get that.
S8. All right, let's see if they can right the wrongs. Did they see that member of top prone down in that shack? I am not sure. Lion backing up into a corner to avoid some damage. Line kill trying to peek out, but he's going to get peppered from behind. Order in a lot of trouble. This building really exposed.
Oh, the Molly.
Molly forces him out. He's trying to jump over the wall.
Doesn't even see him, Mingyu.
Oh, he's got it. Mingyu looked away at the wrong moment. Now Lion has one done at the door, but there's another up here with him. He pops out. Ray is able to win
so
that trade.
good.
Very nicely done.
It is Order versus Chan on the first floor thing, but then the grenade to finish them off. How nice is that? I mean,
this is what we're looking for right here.
This is the start. This is the chapter 1 of their comeback story. It is something they haven't been able to see for themselves in this entire day of the final so far throughout the first 3 matches. Match 4, yes, a little late to start your story, but definitely better late than never.
Absolutely. But that was a pretty clean fight. Even though they lose 2, against a very good squad in top, they're able to now take another step forward, get some kills on the board. Maybe they could get their green flare gun called in and reassess, regroup. All the equipment's going to be on the ground, so that's the nice thing about the green flare gun. If you win a fight at a location that's pretty well away from the rest of the teams, you can just call your buddies back in and get their stuff right back.
Yeah, and speaking of the green flare gun, PGS got the full squad back, being outside in the blue for so long, but it was definitely worth it. As we see, I thought Signana would have come back. Oh, I guess Signana didn't come back, so it was just 3 of the 4.
Oh, MCY here.
Yeah.
Repec hasn't been able to be called back in just yet. I'm not sure. They're still literally at that same spot.
Yeah, it's Signana that they're waiting for, but I don't think they had enough drone credits to get that done. But they are going to try to come back in. They have to start betting quite heavily now, because this is going to be the next phase opening up. If it does end up south, which it doesn't, this is actually pretty good for MCY to try to make a comeback phase.
AL, though, is patrolling this northern border.
Nobody
they're
around.
waiting for MCY. They're waiting. I think they're waiting for MCY.
Yeah, they definitely know the general surroundings and whereabouts of exactly where MCY should be. Veems is going to make the first entrance, as you can see from the minimap, and trying to go as the scout, but AL maybe not going to waste any more time here, just going to go for the center of the circle.
Yeah, now they're going to prioritize position over just kind of gatekeeping MCY.
Is Veems going to get knocked here?
Veems?
I'm sure he calculated this, right? Well, the bandages. Hey, man, we're not going to get that, right?
Kits? I don't know.
I don't know. Well, this is PGS up against WC, who's hunting him down.
Ooh, good shooting, good shooting. I see, very low, 1 hit point.
Yeah,
Literally
just stay in the
one.
car. Please stay in the car.
AL's here, oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh, what the heck was that?
Okay.
Ah! Again. Just filthy with the P90.
Estos go down, though.
Top stuck in this room while the rest of the team just getting grinded.
Yeah, AO has 2 members, though. You got to keep that in mind.
Top. Can he perform another miracle here?
It'll be a 1v2. Nope, not this time around.
A nice try. But, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire there.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Yes, SA, hello.
They know. They absolutely do know. And getting out of the vehicle? Was that the right play there, Baby? Then
I don't think so.
they're just sitting ducks out there through the driving of the 80 rush. And
Oh.
I guess they were just trying to just, create a distraction for Mingyu coming back in. But I don't know. SA, they're going down again. This is the end of SA in match number 4. 4 kills. It is far less than what they were looking for.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the beginning of that situation to know exactly what information AD had versus SA. So I can't say for sure, but I would have rather seen SA just stay in that car and drive around.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's better distraction for your player that's coming in than stopping up there.
Yeah, I think you're right. And well, MCY, they're gonna somehow make their way in, especially because AL. Well, thankfully AL did go away from the circle, but Veems is getting awfully close to where AL is, and he's all by himself. Remember, he doesn't have any cover fire, even if he does go around him.
You can get this crate though.
That's a very greedy call, all by yourself. Though.
Okay, he's not gonna. No, absolutely, it's really dangerous.
And runs into another tree.
That's okay.
Typical Veems.
I think that one might have been on purpose.
Hey.
Maybe.
Covering for Veems there.
I'm
I
trying
see
to
what
help.
I see what you're doing.
Trying to help my bro out.
I see what you're doing. All right.
Maybe. The rest of MCY took their sweet time coming in, and Beams has at least found safety in this circle. So he's able to call in the rest of MCY and say, hey guys, I've done it. We've planted the MCY flag in this building. Oh, actually, he's leaving. Now I don't understand.
But I think it ended up being a very, very successful.
Okay.
Yeah, it ended up being a very successful scouting tactic for Veems. All by himself, it was risky, but thankfully, with his wonderful driving, quote unquote, as we always like to kind of tease Veems for his not A+ driving. We've mentioned this various times during this cast, but yeah, well, they're there. That's all that matters. It's the result. They're all here.
Yeah, that was well done overall for MCY. To get here, 3 alive, you know, you're at least getting 1 placement point. This is not bad at all. That is a huge mascot with the frying pan there. That guy outside that restaurant.
Oh yeah. I think that was supposed to be like, once again, I'm not the strongest with the lures, right?
Right.
I think it was supposed to be a burger joint
Okay.
of some sort.
Okay, I'm in.
Some kind of a local restaurant for sure.
I like burgers. Oh, green flare gun going to be attempted by MCY.
Or it could have been an Italian restaurant.
Yeah, sure.
Check on the facts later.
If we get to see the front of it, we could maybe get a better idea.
Yeah. Well, Signana is finally coming back. I'm sure he's been off the tablet for a long time now. But he's finally back here.
All right, let's see if they can get him safely is my question.
Well, it is very much inside the circle with a lot of teams interested in getting the free kill. Very close to it is AL and a bit of WC as well. I don't think Pack will be so interested as the other teammates are trying to come back here. They are looking at it. They are definitely looking at it.
We wait.
Well, here's WC.
Yeah, WC sees it. Opportunity. Pretty decent. Oh, it's like 3 teams shooting at him. Yeah, no way.
I mean, if you're sitting, what goes through your head when you're getting shot from 3 different angles?
Where
That
where are
feels
the
terrible.
where are the scissors that I can just cut my shoot with? Small little faster. That's what you're looking.
I know my destiny. I'll force it myself. Give me the scissors.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say, if there's anything that's good that comes out of that, is you get a lot of information as MCY as to where your opponents are.
Yeah, you hear the gunfires and you get the indicators
Yeah.
from which direction the shots are coming from.
Yeah. So there's that.
Was it worth 1,800 drone credits though?
I don't know.
Man, that's some risk versus reward kind of thing.
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen enough of New State Esports to really judge 100%. We're still like really fresh into this, right? So we're still
And all of us here.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's learning as they go, so we don't know if the calculus, is quite what you would want. But AL does grab that P90 for themselves off the bot, and a Groza. So
100% AO is in the best position to win this game.
Oh yeah.
100%. It's their game to lose. I mean, the position-wise, with the weaponry that they have, and just the general knowledge of teams' positioning, you can look towards the left, you can look towards the right, you can look towards the south, but everybody else will be looking towards you. So you can probably predict that if you're skirting around the outside for all these 3 teams that are outside AL's just waiting for the right time, and they even get the next circle to their favor.
It's not bad for them or AD. So for AL, it's just a matter of keeping WC off their backs at MCY. Maybe it depends on how the teams attack this. It's really hard to say for sure what a lot of teams are going to do in circles like this that shift out of a city, because a lot of them like to get in the Voltas and drive around, and that kind of creates a little bit of chaos in the positionings and how teams are going to drive around. Usually they're going to drive on the edges, but where they end up is very much dependent on when they run into enemies oftentimes.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to predict positions.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a tough move for MCY. I mean, looking at 3 members with not the best of weapons, you have to imagine, because they've been just so busy evading all these offensive maneuvers coming in from so many different teams.
Maybe in the Scar and the Bison.
I mean, like, but if you're
The
here,
Bison, maybe. A lot of players do actually really like the Bison.
yeah, sure. I've seen the Bison used only for its magazine capacity, but
Yeah, exactly.
I think for the gunfire power, I think you'd rather take some of the LMGs
Oh, of
too.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, if you're here right now with MCY, you have to look for that keen timing to enter at the right time without being too intrusive. I think one of the ideas is to wait for a fight to break out, then you can enter in the next
Yeah, I think that's
segment there.
exactly what they're looking for. Yeah, they're looking for that third party. So WC here is going to set up on the edge, safely out of the view of AD so far, unless AD makes a move. So
Yeah,
that's going to force things for MCY. This is smart by WC. They know there's still too many teams left, so they don't want to start these fights.
MCY, please be patient. Please be patient. You don't want to be the second party to
They're
this.
trying. They're trying. I just don't know that they
It's
can
so
help it.
tough for them because they're always used to just going out and hunting.
I just don't think that the terrain allows for them to hide.
Yeah, that's also true.
I think the circle's going to force them to be in a spot that they don't want to be like this.
Well, AL taking their first efforts against MCY. They have to run in now against AL.
Oh, not the rock, not the rock. No. Oh, no.
Count two.
Oh, it's bad. This probably is going to be the end.
Yep. I don't see AD losing from here. It is going to be a 4v1. That's about as official as you can be, and officially knocked out is MCY. So with only 1 kill and just 1 rank point, it is going to be now WC trying to go up against AD.
Good timing. Getting some decent knocks here so far. AD does get 1. AL now on the
Last
show.
one to the party.
Yeah, here we go. That is going to be it for WC. It's just AD with only 2 left standing. Ruin is knocked. Not going to be resable, I would think. Now the shots are on the side. On to back.
Oh, man,
is
that's it.
done. And AL looking to take this. They've already catapulted themselves into first place. They could potentially win this game.
There it
and
is.
they do. Now they're very much solidly in first place.
Where has this team been throughout the whole tournament?
Well, they waited until the wild card to show up.
Hey,
were,
you know-
were they the team that said that they just wanted to play more games yesterday?
It wasn't. It wasn't
Oh.
that team. The team that said that, I think, were not able to make it to the next round.
ZMG.
Yeah, I think that was the case. But another level, Yeah, I mean, I remember this team's name, but that's about it. I really don't remember anything about this team to say. Do you have any like specific names that you remember out of this team? I mean, another level. Style was good.
Style's been the best, I think.
The one with the DBS and the LMGs.
Yeah, he's been the flashiest. But Bai and Wei have had some good solid combo plays. They seem to be a good duo that works together well. So really, AL's just, again, they're quiet. They're not a team like MCY that's seemingly constantly involved with the game.
And the reason why I'm putting them down so much is to once again put in a more congratulatory effort for coming up strong at the right time.
Well, they should have never. MCY, again, we can go back to the very beginning of that game where MCY had an opportunity maybe to take them out of that game.
You're right.
But then they come through and they win.
The biggest regret then.
Yep.
I mean, you literally became the kingmaker when you didn't go back for that fight.
Yep.
I really can't say nothing more than that. It really is giving up a position to a really good team for them to flourish for the rest of the match was literally the doings of MCY.
And it's hard, man. It's hard to pull the trigger on those fights for a team like MCY, who was coming into this game in a great spot. They were in first place. You want to be safe. You want to try to get deeper in the game, regroup, give yourself a chance. But then AL, so smart to get aggressive onto MCY and chase them down, do some damage, get out, recall in their fourth player, and then settle up in the city. And they're able to wait this out and strike at the perfect moment.
And quite literally, the consistent story for them is they do the right things at the right time. And they don't hesitate for a moment to do it. And I feel like that's the same way it has been for AL and AD. And these two teams, they are at the top. They are now at the top above MCY, a team that's been fragging heavily but did nothing this game. This is something they really need to be cautious for. Yes, you can be fragging people all around, but if you're making the right plays at the right time, doesn't that basically give you the victory? It really should. It really is just starting to show here for these two teams. Another level, all time, two very similar teams now at the top of the table above the very, very kill-heavy MCY.
Yeah, they look phenomenal. It's still really close at the top of this. It's a lot of, we're only halfway through, right? These have been amazing games. And to say that really anybody's still in it, no doubt. We know these teams are all capable of putting up big numbers, big games. SA hasn't been great. KP, it's been a bit of a struggle. But then you get ahead of that. WC's playing decent. PGS playing decent. But the top three, the 30 or more, all having really nice games, good kill numbers. You can see there that 23, 23, 22. So these three teams are the ones that are right now in control of things as we head into the second half of the grand finals here for the New State Mobile Open Challenge. Again, this is the last day. Get out there, guys. Let people know that you're watching. There's still, I think, one more code at least coming as well. So you can get some sweet swag in New State itself. So come on in, bring your friends, bring your pets, bring your grandma, bring your mom and dad, bring everybody to the party. We're having fun.
4 matches gone, 4 matches to go, paper thin.
Yeah.
In this grand finals that has really lived up to the hype. We expected to see high quality New State all throughout today. By the indication of what we saw yesterday in yesterday's wildcards, this finals has been nothing short of high quality. And all these great play coming through, and not one specific play style dominating the field here. That's really important to notice.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of diversity in how the teams attack things, when they make their moves. It's all about timing, and it's really great to see because a lot of these teams make good timing decisions. They make good maneuvers. We're seeing very few fumbles outside of tactical mistakes. SA losing that battle to PGS, that kind of thing. That the little things that do add up, but overall, the big decisions are generally pretty good.
Yeah, and that really just adds to the whole quality of our viewing experience as well. But
nice
right now,
parachuting.
That's some good stuff.
Yo,
I can do that.
time kill.
Hey, remember that's the guy who did who featured our Cossack emote the other day in the graveyard.
Yes.
What a lad.
He's our hero.
He's quite a Chad, as one would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of Chad energy.
Yeah, for showing off our emote.
And having the name Lime?
Lime kill.
Why Lime? Why would you want to kill Lime?
Like, see,
delicious.
For cultural reference that I can provide here.
Oh, okay.
So in the West, lime is a very commonly used ingredient for as a citrus substitute
Sure.
for adding acidity to various dishes, right?
Yeah.
Now in Korea, lime is relatively much more difficult to find.
Oh yeah, it's really
Typically
rare.
we have lemons,
Yeah.
the yellow lemons.
Well, did you know you couldn't even import limes in Korea until like I think it was like 7 years ago?
Yeah, that's exactly. We're seeing a lot more now, but still comparatively, it's much difficult to find when compared to lemons.
So limes only grow in extremely hot climates.
Yeah, it's all imported, by the way.
Yeah.
Even right now, it's all imported.
Yes. You
but
can't grow them here. It gets too cold.
yeah, and maybe that's the reason.
It is. So I actually, it's really bizarre. I actually know the reasons because I know some of the people who were the first people to import limes into Korea. I kid you not.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I seriously know.
That's
They had to get through a lot of red tape because at the time
Yes.
there were import restrictions on a lot of the countries that are the biggest producers of limes from those countries to Korea,
yeah.
like Mexico and
Yeah,
others.
yeah.
So they had to get approval, and it took a long time through the government to get imports allowed from those countries.
You know some very important people.
No, they're not that
Now,
important.
they're kind of important, dude. I mean, I use lime all the time, and it's thanks to those guys that I get to use lime in my dishes as well.
Oh, look, I am forever grateful to them because I love limes.
Yes, I love
Put
limes
them
too.
on, like tacos and
Oh, yes.
Mexican food.
Yes.
Gin and tonics. You
Yes.
know, I'm not gonna lie, I like
Vietnamese
gin
food.
tonic, Vietnamese food,
Chinese food, like the list goes on.
Yes, a lot of great foods go with limes. A lot of great drinks go with limes.
I think lime is better than lemon. I don't want to start a fire here with chat.
I won't fight you on this.
And, lime is better than lemon, in my opinion.
I'm tempted to fight you, but I couldn't do it honestly because I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yes.
I like limes better.
Both of us think lime is better than lemon. Green lime is better than yellow lemon.
And if we agree on something, then it's got to be true.
It has to be. The moment both of us agree on something, it has become universally true.
Absolutely.
That's what happens.
There we are.
So if anybody in chat wants to fight us on that,
yeah, go ahead.
be our guest, but you're just wrong.
At Twitter, at Paperthin here
Yeah.
on Twitter.
You're just wrong. See, that's what happens, right?
I love it.
All
All
right.
right. Into the game. MCY avoiding the early fights this time, Joel. They go southeast on the map. A little bit of a spread loot, it looks like.
Yeah.
To avoid kind of that situation they didn't want at the beginning.
Oh yeah, MCY is really looking for a recovery battle. We were talking exactly about this situation in Game 4, where after the break, you've been playing well for the first 3 matches. You do not need to get complacent. That's the last thing you want if you're at the top team heading into the next match after the break. Game 4, not gonna say that was complacency that ruined it for them, but whatever happened, it was not a productive game for them, and that's the reason why they're not at the top position anymore. They're very close to getting it back, but they're gonna need to put up a really big numbers like they've been doing for the first 3 games to get back on top.
Yeah, I don't think they need to change their game plan. Just keep doing what's worked. Keep roaming around, doing your thing. Get in that car early. Try to harass the other teams. I think one thing that does hurt MCY a little bit is when there's no early game fighting. Because I think they really do a good job of, picking on the other teams.
Yeah.
So I think this is where they get a little bit confused.
And it's a sort of a trend that we've been seeing. Like, super confident teams, the moment they have one game that falter, it takes a huge toll on their confidence.
Yeah.
And they don't go back to their ways of being that super aggressive team anymore. We've seen them multiple times throughout the tournament, and if MCY falls to that same pattern that we've seen, MCY is not going to be successful. They find success by making the success happen for themselves. They have to go out. They have to go on the hunt. They even go outside the blue even to try to go on the hunt. That is the typical MCY that we know, that the other players know, and that's this thing that we have been really expecting them, from them to get the victories here. But the moment they stop that aggressiveness is probably the moment where MCY doesn't become the top team anymore.
I agree. I think they need to keep going with what's worked. It's got them here. It won them a group. It's had them ahead after the first 3 games. So absolutely would like to see them just continue that style. They did drop down to 3rd place, but it is a very narrow margin between them and the teams ahead. WC having a great day. Once again, slow.
Yeah.
They're like the turtle team, just like our player there has a turtle on his back or some kind of iguana or something. right?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. I don't think it's actually a turtle. I think it's a lizard. But still, slow and steady often can win the race.
He is showing himself multiple times for you to confirm what kind of animal
I
that is.
appreciate that. That's
Yeah.
nice of him.
But still, you don't know what that is. It looks like the dino skin. We had the dino bear actually, dino bear skin crates just a bit earlier, but that might be the helmet from there. It looks like a chicken though.
The dinosaurs probably had decently hard skin. Maybe not turtle
Oh,
skin.
okay.
Oh, SA, are they going to chase this down?
I mean, SA, you'd have to say that it's now really, really difficult for SA to win first place, having basically got nothing for the first 4 games, but anything is important at this stage. Any kills that they can get, any placement they can get, it's going to help them out in the long run. So, I mean, this fight, it has to work out for them.
They're going to try it. They're going to set members out early. Grenades explode
Okay, that's
outside
a
of them.
good grenade.
J-Ho finds one.
That should be the go button, in my opinion.
Absolutely. J-Ho's pushing. Lions there to reinforce
Second
this.
good grenade.
Really nice stuff from them. That was actually
A self-grenade.
Yeah, it's not good. They are in trouble now. 2 knocked already. And SA hungry for kills, hungry for points. They know they got to get it
That's
going.
another good grenade.
That explodes on top. Oh, it just doesn't get in the other room. God, Nemo able to just barely dodge it. Oh,
Jumps out.
No way. There's no way that works.
Yeah. That's the SA we know. This is the SA that we've sort of expected to see every single game in this grand finals. I mean, they have 3 kills now. They have 9 points in total. That still puts them in 6th. With basically half the day already done. They have so much work left to do.
Yep.
They're gonna have to have big, humongous games for the rest of the day here.
The good news is they're getting better. You know, game to game, rough starts, but they're picking up kills. That one was the cleanest, most effective fight we've seen from them so far. Looking more like the team that we saw during Group C during that day.
Yeah.
I mean, during Group C, it looked like they were unbeatable. It looked like nobody had any possibility of beating them in fights unless something went really wild. So this is the SA we've been looking for, but the other teams here are also good. That it's not as easy to just kind of run away with things.
Yeah, they need to keep it going. That's about the only thing we can say for SA, who are really putting themselves in this hole from the past 4 matches. But here they are in the second half. If they somehow can do it and try to pull off this miracle to somehow come back in first with only a half a day of play to go, that will be really, really impressive for them.
Dude, MCY is on like a police stakeout. Like they're just like waiting for the criminals to like make their move, and then they're gonna jump on them.
Oh, okay.
I love it. You know, get them some coffee and some donuts. They can wait it out, and then they can you know, jump on top of PGS. AD doing something.
No, they're just
quite the
waiting. They're just
same.
waiting for maybe KP to enter here.
Well, I think there's a crate coming down.
There is, and they're looking towards that direction, but they're not gonna start the fires yet.
Did KP see him?
KP
know if they
definitely
did.
should not have seen it. It's too high on the
Too
top
high
of the
up?
hills. I
Okay.
think the angle doesn't really cover that much.
Okay.
So KP has no idea, especially because AD did not make a single peek
Yeah.
while they were driving through.
Okay.
But we are still looking towards if we can get to that other angle. We are now looking at SA coming in. Perfect timing. They are coming through the swamps to enter in from the southern part of the circle, which nobody is really at this moment. They are heading
Yeah, just go
near
back to the exhibit hall.
Yeah, they're near the exhibit hall is where they're heading. And while KP is literally making a big circle around the big circle. So they came from the south, they rotated around the east, through the north, and now they're at the west.
So they're just trying to get as much information as they can. The funny thing is they probably never saw
They
AD.
got no information
Yeah,
from
right?
all
They
that.
got like nothing out of it.
Yeah. Well, they're at the
Well,
top of the
you
hill.
get no information is some information.
Yes, you're right, because no information from where you are means that the other place that you haven't been to is probably where the other teams are. Good point.
I guess. I mean, it's weird because now they're continuing to just drive around. I mean, I think they really want points. Everybody does, but SA now driving dangerously close to PGS and MCY, this is...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I don't feel good about this one, Paperton.
Yeah, this one could get spicy fast.
They're at least taking a more careful approach to try to kind of close in with the circle. So they're taking the most outer trajectory as possible. So that's gonna help a little bit with their movements, but still they're very, very close to MCY and PGS. They're running it out. They're running it out. The fight is inevitable.
Oh, MCY sees him just a hair late. Their vehicle takes a little bit of damage, and now the dance begins. MCY trying to parallel the movements of SA. SA, though, is driving in a different direction, but PGS kind of all attention focused on this battle.
They're looking to be the third party. They're not going to invade here just yet and get into all this chaos, but the moment this fight ends, I assume that PGS is going to be way on the hunt to try to pick up the pieces.
A lot of damage done. There's one. MCY also repack very early, but okay. Let's see if they can get anything out of this. No.
SA, are they coming back for
Oh,
this?
no!
Oh, no.
It's repack. Gets 2 with this spray, but J-Ho gonna show up and finish it.
Now, AL's shooting from their compounds to try to get some free kills from here, but is PGS, are they going to try to go for that third party to try to finish this off? It looks like a possibility, but we don't see PGS on a pretty aggressive movement, but it's actually AL's coming from the other side.
Yeah, Hero should have a pretty good angle of it. Stack, as long as he doesn't hit anything, spins around, Lion, very weak, but they're taking a lot of damage.
Styles down.
Styles out. Now
And Hero's driving.
Yeah, he's got to switch seats and try to do a drive-by, but not really that effective when you don't have someone to drive for you, so they have to call in the reinforcement.
Okay, that's it.
Good. Wait, wipes out SA. So SA, 7 kills in this game, not bad, but they surely were looking for more.
Yeah, it's a start, but as you said, they were looking for a lot more, and here they are. After this game, they're going to be 6th at best if they aren't taken over by KP and top by the rest of this, but so far we are looking towards KP, who's been pretty quiet for the majority of this match, now trying to go have a piece at TP here.
Smart stuff here. They isolate the building that only has 1 player, but Devil and Limekill are nuts, and they've already done a ton of damage to KP. KP thought they had an easy kill here, and it takes a lot of work to get there.
Oh, man.
But now they're falling apart. I think it's just Kongmin left.
Yeah, TOP, they defended that as well as you could with a nice grenade as well. I think that should be it. I just don't see a world where Kongmin pulls off the miracle PGS top play that we saw from the early game. But speaking of PGS,
They drive right through the lines of top.
they smell blood.
Yeah, and look what it is. It's top to take out top, pushing ahead. Kongmin just trying to stay alive, hanging on for dear life up on top of this building. Was able to get a heal off after taking a bunch of damage. Top has knocked order.
I think this is going to be a matter of time. They can get the res. Oh, Kongmin.
Oh, but the grenades. Molly, nope,
Molly,
he's
he's not surviving. He's not getting out for this one.
Rip. Nice try, though. A good attempt to survive by Kongmin. Limekill, the only one standing for top. And Team Top here is potentially going to be eliminated by the player who has their name.
They're in the same building and they're just shooting through smoke here.
Did he not know?
No, Limekill probably did not make any stepping noises. Not
Yeah.
giving away exactly where he was, but
There was
Limekill
smoke.
definitely knew that
Yeah.
Ricey was coming in there.
Of course, but there's smokes there. Ricey, I don't know. A little bit of a head scratcher.
A little bit too careful, maybe.
Or Riacy. It was Riacy, not Ricey.
Oh, was it not Ricey?
Well, there's 2, right? Their names
Yes.
are almost identical, which drives me nuts, but
well,
that's another. That's a conversation for another day.
well, still, I think they're not going to worry too much, right? Yeah, so PGS probably did not worry that much to the fact that they were going to be eliminated in that instance, but they still have to use a green flare gun, though, which is going to be a nuisance in itself.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I think
Annoying.
and if you're gonna push, like, the thing is, for PGS there, if I was gonna give them some advice, I'd say either wait for those smokes to dissipate and then make your move.
Yeah.
Or everybody has to hit those smokes at the same time
Yeah.
together, because then you probably don't lose one player. You don't have to call in this green flare gun like
Yes.
you're talking about. So a small tactical mistake by PGS, but in the grand scheme of things, I think they're okay.
Yeah, it didn't hurt them too much for sure. It is just 1 player down, and they're going to have plenty of time, especially with the circle favoring them in the Anchorville. But that does mean PGS needs to move pretty fast here, as long as they can do that with a green flare gun.
Just like nothing but city.
Yeah, you're right. Anchorville, we haven't seen an Anchorville closing, I think once in this entire tournament so far. It's been mostly Loganville when we were occupied with cities.
Chester.
Yeah, Chester too. Yeah, right. But Anchorville, it does seem less familiar to me.
All right, I think AD might be trying to pick off.
Do they know though? Do they know
PSC?
exactly where PGS is? They see the green flare gun.
I think so. Or at least a good enough idea. All right, Rhea C coming in from the air, but everybody's watching this.
Yeah.
I don't see how he gets the ground.
AL's too far away though. I don't think AL has to. Can he get it?
I believe in these guys. They're so good.
They have the scopes. It's too far.
You're right. This one might be too far for the DP.
Ooh, 29 damage.
The thing is that because AD was looking at this too, I thought.
You're right. AD was a little bit reactive. They were a little bit late, reaction-wise.
Yeah, I thought they might be able to get a pretty good jump on that. But
Yeah.
again, sometimes you got to prioritize position over those kills.
You're right. And Rhea C, you pretty fortunate to be in this position. Very, very safe. Obviously, you don't want a tiara. You actually would want a helmet, but...
But 2 DPs.
Hey, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's reloading now. Ready to fight.
The double pizza guns. Pizza time.
And I think most of them are customized, too. It's like, man, that's a lot of bullets.
Heck yeah. Let's go. All right, well, so PGS has opted the option of staying out in the open.
And that's a great position too, right on the hills where no opponents can track you from there. And they're away from the other 2 teams who are probably going to make their first confrontation altogether.
Yeah, this is great. If the circle shifts out of the city, you're in prime position.
Yes, but if it goes to the city, you're in the worst of troubles.
Yeah, it's a little harder.
Yeah. Well, AL feels like he wanted to spend more money. I wonder what he got from that. Whoa, what's he shooting at?
I don't know. Just testing his gun, make sure it works.
Oh, it does work, by the way. It just, yeah.
Sometimes it's bait, just to see if you get somebody peeking out a window.
Okay.
That's my best guess. That's usually what the
Well,
these
that
kind of things
circle though. The circle.
Yeah.
We were worrying about this with PGS. They were in a good spot. Now they're in probably the worst spot because both teams can have that vision.
Well, it just depends on what the other 2 teams do. PGS has a moment here where if they can crash into the city, they might be able to get ahead of the badness, but AD is pretty well on the move, so they might just step late here, Joel. I'm not sure.
I see some vehicles from PGS's side and trying to make a safe entry, and you're right. I think they just might be able to get in there, but now what does this mean for AD and AL though, who have been pretty passive in their current position, not wanting to go so much towards the center of the circle?
I have big questions about AD in particular. AL making their move smart.
Yeah, this is exactly what you should be doing.
Yeah, try and get as close to the center as you can, and just try to, give yourself the best possible options. That's what they're doing. PGS, in the meantime, circling way around on the back end. They might just backfill on where AL left from. Are they going to drive at AL?
I don't know.
Are they going to take the fight right to them?
They don't know where they are. That's the problem here.
What in the world is they're taking right to them?
They don't know.
They
didn't
won
see
that.
them.
They won that first exchange, but then Way able to get one. Rhea C.
Oh,
up over the
Rhea
top.
C! Rhea C!
Oh,
that was so close.
Bye on the outside. Gun gets put away for a second. Top gets the knock on a style. A jumping shot. Going to finish the job here. Now AD trying to see if they can piece this together and get a win.
You should not give off any second to PGS right now if you're AD.
No,
you don't hold back. You just go in right now. You've seen the kill feed. You know how I don't even know what I'm saying right now, but you see how injured they are.
Yeah.
The more seconds you provide for them is the recovery time that PGS can have to exceed their chances to try to win this game here.
Yeah, they had only 1 member left, not in the knock state.
What is AD doing?
You gotta throw grenades in here. You gotta punish this.
You gotta run in. That's my opinion.
And the next circle isn't like it's slightly favorable to AD, but
it
not
is favorable.
enough.
Yeah,
not like enough.
Okay. They're very, very separated, by the way. And PGS all of a sudden got all the reses, which is exactly what you shouldn't have done if you're AD.
I agree. Well, and this is why.
This is what happens.
Oh boy.
You give off 10, 15 seconds of free time for PGS to get all the reses up.
And look at this. They still have their Volta. So they're still able to make a rotation to the other side of this circle and cut off AD's movements. This is unbelievably smart from PGS. Let's see if they can convert good ideas, but we still have to see the execution with the shooting.
I mean, Rosh is here separated with the rest of the guys. He's going to be the missing link to see if he can make the difference here.
Pack able to avoid the grenades that are now raining on top of this building. Rosh outside gets shot at, but no damage done. Ricey watching the corners.
Oh, S goes down from a grenade.
Ricey's got to be careful, but I think he's okay because of the blue. But Rosh is in a really awkward spot. Riasi, in the meantime, takes a bunch of damage.
Oh, he needs to heal. Can he heal back in time, though? He's going for the res first.
If they had any frags.
Yeah, that would have been perfect.
I think top is about to burn to the blue. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, man.
Rosh done. 2v2.
This is so close. This is so close.
Okay. Oh, now just pack in the blue.
Solo. Pack is solo. It's Ricey. He's going to heal back up with the first aid kit.
PGS has the
It is going to be a 1v1.
All right. See if he can do it. Yeah, going to confirm that point at least is pack, but now Ricey trying to get right underneath him, and it's going to be effective. PGS winning a game that they probably didn't have any business winning because AD stops and gets cold feet at the last minute.
Absolutely a treacherous mistake from AD. You see enough information for the kill feed to know that you probably have only one guy that you have to kill off before you can get your chicken dinner and all those kills. It is a horrible, horrible mistake at the late game. I have to say it's just nerves. It's just that moment where you have to be decisive. One guy calling the shots has to say, we go in, we charge in. There's no way this one guy beats us 1-4. That's the ultimate right play. There's no other play around that. And they didn't make it, gave all the time in the world to get all the reses up for PGS, and it was a 4-4 situation again that they weren't gonna win.
Well said. I can't disagree with any of it. I mean, I get it. It's tough, but for all die, that one's a bit of a, literally, as you can see on your screen, a head scratcher. I think if they could go back in time and redo that, of course, they'd attack that situation a little bit differently. But PGS, all the credit in the world. When you're gifted these opportunities, they convert, and that's why they're one of the teams that a lot of people had on their radar coming into this as a potential favorite.
I mean, they probably know now that that was a mistake and that was not the right thing to do, but it's a little bit too late for them to realize that. But AD,
not the end of the world.
Well, I mean, AD's still in a good spot, but at this position, every point counts towards your chance of getting that first place prize. And that one little mistake, maybe that's the few points that you might have gotten, that you could have gotten when you look at the back of things when we get to the final game here, and maybe AD. I don't know, 4 points away from winning first place. Let's say if they're in that position. They're going to look to this moment. They're going to look towards this moment of that one decision that could have changed their fate.
Yep, 100%. It's hard. It's hard to see that because AD, somewhat in theory, doesn't have the worst idea in the world to try to bottle, to bottleneck PGS and just completely block them from leaving that building, but it doesn't work because there's Voltas in the back. So PGS has escape routes, and you're absolutely right. That AD has to go back and to their thought process in their review, in their VOD review, and say, oh, in this moment we have to just try to finish the game.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a passive team, doesn't matter if you're an aggressive team. That was the only right play to do. But here we are. All die. We're so harsh on them because of the fact of how consistent they were. They made seemingly all the right plays from here on in to get to this point.
Yeah, they look good today.
And that's that one mistake. And it's happened to all the teams. One critical mistake at critical times that really changed the fate of what you could have done if you had acted a little bit differently.
And this has big consequences on the leaderboard. Now all die behind PGS, not by much, just 2 points, but they are behind. AL only ahead by 1 as PGS starts to rack up a lot of kills and starts to climb the leaderboard. MCY, their slide continues. They can't find that success early game, those big kills early that have propelled them to their success in the first couple of games. Now it's not so good.
And we were talking about MCY Pro. The only way they get back into this one in contention to get that first place is to literally rewind and get back to their old ways. To go out hunting, to go for the kills where it all matters. And that's the only way they're going to get it. They're going to have to look for it here, Paperthin.
All right, match number 6. If you include this match, only 3 more to go here at the New State Mobile Open Challenge. Most teams still have a shot. I don't know about Top and KP. SA needs to continue to just try to go crazy and win fights. They're great. It seems like they have 1 or 2 good fights in them. And then it's just too hard. There's just too many good teams in this lobby.
That's the best explanation we can give because they look like a totally different team. And at this point, by this point, and now that we're in match number 6, it just wasn't a one-time fluke. This match number 1, we go back to match number 2, 3, 4, 5. They've been consistently not the best team. That really is the conclusion of the story here. Maybe we saw Secret Academy in a group that was much weaker than this competition, and they just can't replicate what we saw from them 2 days ago. But that's just the way it is. We got strong teams, and only the strongest will come out as the first place winner to take home that $150,000 US. Big, life-changing money for a lot of these people.
Absolutely. Well, PGS still maintains their control over them all. Nobody contests it. The only contestation I see on the map right now is maybe by the exhibition hall. It's a bit of a long drop for KP. SA trying to see if they can get anything from it. A little bit of damage I saw into one of the players of KP, but it looks like they're going to be able to get past and get to Swan.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good landing for all these teams here to start things off. And we do see the Nova for KP. By the way, Nova is really fast, but extremely hard to control.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the steering of that, it is, you know, you talk about the suspension, right?
Yeah.
It is about the heaviest of suspension that I've ever felt in a video games vehicle, right? It's so hard to control. It is fast, though.
And it only holds 2 people, right?
I think so. I don't think, because I never really play squad games, so I
You're
mostly,
a solo
I do only,
grinder.
yeah, I'll do only solos, so. But yeah, anyways, so for anyone who hasn't tried out the Nova, just know that it goes really fast in a straight line. But don't expect to corner a lot effectively on that one. And another one!
Got our code.
February 19th, that is today. NMOC is the abbreviation for the tournament. And that's a lot of prizes. 10 chicken medals and 1 crate ticket, it seems like.
Yeah, nice. FEB 19NMOC
I forgot,
is the code you're looking for.
I forgot to type in the second code.
You done messed up, Joel.
I done messed up. Hey, you guys, get just once again, just asking you guys very, very nicely here.
Don't do it.
Asking
Don't let Joel redeem these codes.
Please, just hear me out. For all these guys in chat, please leave me one of both coupons, please, so I can get
Chat,
the chicken medals.
Don't let him
So
do
I can
it.
get the prizes. I really want them. Especially because that the new angel skins they come out today.
You're fishing for
and
that.
I've actually been pulling a lot for that today, and I have failed to get the legendary skin.
Oh.
I cry my eyes out on the moment
I'm sure
I did that.
you did. Yeah.
Right before this cast, before I did all the
Will you
pulls.
cry again if you get the legendary item?
Oh yes, that will be a very different tears coming out of my eyes. Yeah.
Well, one way or another.
Yeah, one way or another, I'll cry. I'll be crying tonight. That is a reservation already having booked.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, get those codes in, guys. First come, first serve. So make sure you're quick.
Yeah, definitely. If
draw.
you just type in all the codes that we're giving out today, maybe you can just do a couple of pulls just for that.
Yeah, go for it. I say yes. Why is that rose lit up? Is that
that is a story mission event.
Oh, a story mission.
So every season we have a new survivor pass where a new line of story missions come up. So the characters that are related to certain locations within Troy and sometimes Erangel, they are highlighted. And you get to pick up some key items that obviously have no effect to your game, but
They just look cool.
and they give you rewards if you collect all the key items over and over again. You get the experience from the Survivor Pass, and thus more rewards your way. A
There
lot
you go.
of interesting features we have here in New State.
And here I thought, it's just a rose. No, it's way more important. I like it. I
It
love
actually gives you something.
I love that. That's great. Good information for some of the new players.
Yeah, for some people who may not know, just go over to the Survivor Pass button,
Yeah,
and then
robot.
if you go over to the story missions, you can do that. Yeah, this is the.
It's got like a Gundam prototype.
This is a
out there.
lab. We haven't seen lab yet. This is about your first
This
look
is
at
a
the
lab.
This
Okay.
is a lab, yeah.
I've been waiting for this. So,
Pythonic Industries.
okay, you got the Gundam prototype outside.
So the
What
alarm
else? So we-
alarm will ring pretty soon. This is actually not
Oh,
the.
right, because you gotta when you bust in.
Yeah, but actually that wasn't the alarm building.
Well, we were trying to figure out what that lab did. It seems like robotics.
Yeah, Pythonic Industries. Once again,
Are
I'm
they
not
our
big on
drone
lores. I'm not
company?
big on lores, but I do remember seeing a robot statue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm keen on it. I really like the Gundam statues.
Yeah, this is gone.
Yeah, it's done.
That's a Dunzo.
I really like the Gundam statues in Japan, so
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
They're building a new one in Yokohama.
Yokohama. Okay.
It's huge,
Oh.
and it moves and stuff. It's
Oh.
so cool.
Oh wait, the statue moves.
So they built a new one. So the old one was in Odaiba.
Okay.
And I went and saw it, and I took pictures with it and
Yes.
everything. But they changed out, because it was the original Gundam model. They changed it out for one of the new ones.
Ah.
And now they're putting the original, like the very first one, they're building a new one in Yokohama. It might be done, or it's at least close to it.
Well, look at this though. PGS versus WC. I'm gonna take the shots because
WC
they're all.
is in trouble if PGS.
Yeah. Because they're all separated. They will
hiding,
be
though.
picked out one by one though.
Did they see it?
No, I don't think PGS would have seen them.
It's hard to see people.
Yeah,
on the ground.
proning, especially when you're driving that fast in a Volta. They are heading back. Maybe they smell something rather than
If
seeing
they
something.
saw the flipped vehicle, then they know something's up.
Oh, they
Oh,
saw
they
it.
see it.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. The
Oh.
nightmare that we didn't want to see.
Grenade though. PGS all like was throwing those.
Oh, are you just getting away now? Surely they would come back, right?
Well, now here comes MCY, of course.
Okay. They need
This
those
is
kills.
100% the team that would try to capitalize on this.
They definitely need these kills.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's a lot of drones. That's a lot of drones.
Whose drones are
I think it is
they?
PGS.
MCYs or they?
No, they should be PGSs if I'm not mistaken. Remember they did station themselves into these housings. So
Oh, yeah, you're
I
right. It
imagine
is
they would have.
PGSs,
Yeah, I imagine they would have called right away as soon as they landed their vehicles, and just trying to situate themselves from there.
MCYs just watch them.
Yeah, they have information that a team is there. They don't know exactly what team.
Top's coming up behind this too.
Everyone's so interested in these
Well, everyone
drone
needs
crates.
kills also. So I think the drone crates are obviously drawing a lot of attention.
Yeah.
I think everyone wants the kills. You know, a lot of the teams, especially if you're in the mid to the bottom of this leaderboard right now, you need kills. Desperate. If you're going to get in the conversation for winning this event.
And speaking of that, do you think MCY is still a little bit too passive concerning what we've seen from them before?
Well, it might bite him in the butt. They stopped for a moment. Top trying to take advantage of it. Finale, very weak. Lime kill as well. Not sitting pretty. That vehicle is donezo for MCY, and that usually means that a team is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but you can see that the smoke's coming up from top as well, so their vehicle's not completely safe either.
Grenades out. If they can stop this vehicle, they might have
Oh,
good
the
opportunity.
grenade!
But Repek,
The
his
grenade.
own grenade. Oh no! Disaster
my.
for MCY. Here comes BGS though. They lose a member. What in the heck's going on here? As they drive around, they're going to try to run over members of Top. They're going to finish off Devil, but Top from BGS is not. Here comes SA.
Thank goodness.
Everybody wants these
A
kills.
fiesta going on here, Paper Thin. All these teams coming in. Approximately 4 now have joined the fray. MCY is officially eliminated. And we're going to see PGS going down one by one as well with Top. Lime kill shooting from that scouting tower.
We had a mariachi band.
Oh,
Could really complete this fiesta.
it definitely has been attractive to say the least.
Yeah, well, now PGS disengages, I think, from this fight.
Sure, yeah, with RSC having gone down and seeing so many cards from all these different directions, it is not the type of party that you would like to be in at this moment.
I think SA comes out of this probably the best out of everybody. 3 kills, didn't lose anybody.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good chunk of change.
Now, but they're getting a bit curious though against top because they know the few players that are up there in the scouting tower. But it is really difficult to evade scouting towers unless you go brute force. But SA, I know they want kills. I know they're on the rush to get kills, but they're gonna have to look for smart plays that they've been doing from the group stages and trying to replicate it here.
Yeah, there's no reason to make a mistake, especially when you've got the better side of the circle.
WC, Hoyun.
Yeah, Hoyun went searching for vehicles, found one, is trying to get Dongja picked up, but PGS, because of their disengage from that fight, has potentially found the opportunity to spoil the reunion. But it looks like actually WC is going to get out of this. Okay.
And yeah, but PGS did not want to actually fire at them because they only have 2 members to begin with. So in case that team that was traveling by them was a full squad, it was not a fight that they really wanted to involve themselves in.
Yeah, SA though, full squad, and they are able to kind of control the destiny of the southern side of the circle. And they will load up, you know, get a little gear, and then continue to make life a living hell for Top and WC who are down below.
And that's a weird thing to say about SA concerning today's performance, right? I mean, they're in a really great position to make a difference and try to get maybe their first chicken dinner here.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can, they will shoot way up the leaderboard because they will likely have a decent amount of kills. They should hopefully get a couple more. Finale, can he make this grenade land? Pulls the
It's a little bit too late.
Yeah, gonna have to reset. Oh, they drop members off. They know they're up here. Finale throws one around the corner. Shots fired upstairs. Finale, oh, stuck at the top. Oh my goodness, that was almost disaster.
Oh, no. Okay.
J-Ho
J-Ho.
finds an angle.
Good angle.
Well, line kill. What can you do? Should be frags galore coming your way. All it takes is one.
That's
there it is. Yep.
Being
Well
you with
done.
that finish.
SA so good at attacking compounds.
Like when they're composed like this, when they're calm and they do those step 1, the step 2s of everything they have planned out before this all happened, this is the SA we know. This is the SA that just doesn't make a lot of mistakes in critical situations because they have practiced it over and over and they're so well composed and they know exactly what they need to do with all the members serving different roles in a particular situation.
They're good. You're absolutely right. They're just they're so well thought out on these attacks. It just seems like almost every attack they make works. It's just that one time against PGS where they got 1v4 that it didn't. That's really the one that kind of got away from them.
You're right.
Every other attack they made has worked.
That probably was the first plan that they did not execute from this entire tournament.
Yeah, other than losing a drop for the mall.
No, but that's not really
different.
a plan,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's the thing. It's just like when SA plans something out, they don't usually fail, which is to our total surprise of why they're not as high up on the tables as they are. But we are looking at the exhibit hall with PGS trying to defend this out.
Circle's going to drift towards AL, towards the Mesa, and a lot of teams are going to be on the bad side of it, towards the exhibit hall.
Yeah, I mean, this fight has to end quickly here because the more time they waste, the Blues is going to start to hurt from this point on. Oh, that's a good look.
Oh,
that's
so
a great look. I wouldn't have noticed that if that was in that position. That was really hard to spot out.
Yeah, as really sniffed that out well. Well done by him, but now Hoy on the outside looking in. And there is not much to be seen with PGS just trying to see if they can scrape together a few more kills, a few more points. You know, try to make the lead as big as they can against AL, because AL potentially could win this game.
And just to re-emphasize, PGS, they want to get the last kill, sure, but they have to be very hurrying about it. They have to do it very quickly and to get to the next circle in time because the circle will start closing in about a minute, and that minute goes by pretty fast.
Yeah. It's funny how a minute seems like a long time.
It's really not.
But it's not.
It is actually not.
It just goes in a blink of an eye. All right. SA just roaming. Just clearing out the south end of the circle. Just making sure no one's going to be coming in from those angles. As it turns out, nobody's down there, so they're going to be relatively unabated for a little bit.
How refreshing is this to see SA in a good position in the late game?
Nice. Well deserved. Oh, here's that car.
Oh, but SA running into a bad situation the moment I say that.
Ah, they're fine.
You think so?
I don't know.
Well, KP's not a super aggressive team.
I think
And they're not even
SA
taking the shots at them even.
I mean, I think SA might just try to take this fight. They're too good at it.
Well, can't say that is the right decision, but they've proved us all wrong on multiple occasions that it doesn't have to be the right decision. They'll still make the wrong decisions right.
Does J-Ho not have a helmet? Oh, there, he put it back on.
He put his helmet back on, you said?
Yeah, he took it off for a
Oh,
second.
my goodness.
I saw the egghead, so I thought, what the heck?
Okay. Well, I mean, there is a trunk feature for all of these vehicles where you can put away basically anything inside a trunk. That includes gear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it might be a situation where J-Ho took off his helmet, put it in the trunk, and put it back on.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
That is a possibility.
It's probably just goofing around a little bit. But
Oh,
pack.
that grenade. That looks good. Oh,
don't drive
just a
into
little
the
short.
next one. Oh my God, SA. That was almost disaster. And now here comes the flank. The timing here from 80 so good on this
man.
grenades, and then the
Oh,
follow-up
man.
with the drive-by. Absolutely shreds SA.
SA absolutely unprepared for that tactic coming in from AD. We saw the split vehicle from them once again. Pack was
Yo,
the walking.
That was good.
That was good. No, it really was. Because we usually see AD taking this approach of this split vehicle rotation, but you got the confusion already starting off from Pack firing from the left side, and we see the car coming in from the right side, just putting out the turret damage now. I mean, even if you're SA, you can't react to that.
It's just so well thought out, well set up by AD. The execution flawless, unbelievable play. I love the strategy that went into that. That was really, really good.
And Hoyan makes the runaway, and is successful.
He's still alive. He's just gonna go chill in Mesa.
Yeah, it's the fight that didn't end in the exhibit hall, you remember, between PGS and WC. Hoyan was hiding the whole time and manages to get out away from the exhibit hall and get out from Mesa to get into this current position. I'm sure PGS is fuming at this moment. See by the startling of the vehicle.
I don't know.
The car's fuming as well.
Yeah, the car's not in great shape.
He's angry.
The car's always getting beat up. It's always getting shot. You know.
I know, it's a sad life.
It is.
But once again, we would like to reiterate the fact that machinery do not have souls, so it's okay. That's our excuse for
Even in 2051 or
even in
2052,
2051, we can
yeah.
mistreat machinery because they have no souls, and
Okay.
it is ethical to do so.
All right, good to know. KP, no one ever ended up attacking because AD went out and obliterated SA.
Now,
That was still, to me, one of the best moves I've seen.
you're right, but at the same time, the only thing that I complain about KP is that they're actually in great position a lot of times. They just don't do anything about it.
Ah, yeah, the execution doesn't seem to be there for KP.
They're not aggressive. They don't
No, not at
actually go
all.
on the super defensive maneuvers when someone gets close. They don't actually start firing first. They're not usually in that position.
Yeah, their defense hasn't been great.
They
They're-
actually don't do much.
Yeah, they're struggling today, and that's gonna happen. Somebody has to, there's 8 teams. Somebody has to be the last place team.
You're
but,
right.
To get here, impressive, and yeah, I mean, I just want to give AD all the credit in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So far, that was, other than tops 1v4, that's the best play I've seen today.
And that really just redeems yourself from that disappointing play that at the end of the match from that previous match number 5 at that when they couldn't come back in after that knock. So that was AD's fault, but this time they do a lot better in strategizing.
Right, precisely. Well, everybody's just trying to kind of get to the edge of the circle and once again, not be the first ones to be involved in a fight.
Well, AD here, they
I don't think
have
they
all
have a
4
choice.
members.
I think they have to fight AL.
But at the same
Or
time,
KP.
Pack's just trying to be a scout. He's all by himself in this vehicle, no cover fire. The other 3 members are in the other vehicle. So that means Pack is trying to give off as much information to his teammates as possible, trying to keep them safe.
I don't think AD gets a choice. I think they just have to fight somebody. Yeah, somebody's shooting at him now. KP opens up, trying to just wait for the blue. and do a little bit of damage before they have to make their move. Now, KC could just rotate away from this.
This is the assumption that every team is right now in the center, but it's actually not.
Oh no! Oh, the
KP.
swing around from AD is great. KP
KP.
gone.
Once again, nothing doing. Now we
Well, I
see
say-
AL trying to come in as a third party here.
Yeah, there was a knock onto AD, so now you know you've got a little bit of opportunity to punish, and you're going to try, as AD's just going to try to completely defend this nifty
Driver versus driver.
Netify, excuse me, trying to stop this, but Netify the last
That's
one
it.
alive and gone.
Yep.
Good timing here from AL once again. You know, AL, this is how they do it. They wait until the end.
GGS.
Can they do this?
Yeah, with 2 members, this is the best possible scenario to try to get
Oh!
the point, but bad driving there by S. Drives directly into the damage.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Well, he has to leave, and Ryc is going to be punished for that.
What about Hoyan, though? Where is he in this story?
Chillin'. He left Mesa and is taking his time.
It is about the best of scenarios for Hoyan to try to go for something here.
Did S have any frags? Did you see?
I did not see, but if he did,
You should have thrown him.
he should have thrown it, but now he can't go back because at the moment he gets closed, all the players will be rezzed up and they'll have the shots ready to go.
Well,
This is AO's game to win.
it's going to take a miraculous play from S or Hoyan to get this done. He had 3 frags. He should have. All right. I don't know.
It's
Hard
the
to
nerves,
say.
it's the nerves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a tough situation. I mean, you drove straight into it. You lost your teammate. You know, you kind of panic a little bit. I get it. It's hard to, like, just be like, well, I've got frag grenades. I'll throw them.
Now, AO is probably thinking to themselves that it's a 4v2 scenario. Little
Well,
do
the
they know, it is just solo squads left and right for them. It would be a quick finish if they knew this information.
Everybody's just trying to hide.
He might just get run over here. Yep,
Yep.
just got run over.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly what happened.
I was going to say, just start running over bushes.
Well, Hoyan, if I were you, there you go, that's what I'll do.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only choice he has. There's really no other option. AL continues.
They are our best team right now.
Yeah. They're top of the leaderboard.
Wow. And this is the team, if I remember correctly, to come from the wild cards, right?
Correct. So
Wow.
NMG was right that playing in the wild card was good because he got more games in.
Yeah.
But they were not.
They were not the ones to
Yeah, to prove it.
They were not the ones to live the tale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, AL, they are really playing at another level. I mean, they're not doing anything flashy, just doing all the right things. And that's really all you need at this point. Just trying to get yourself up to this position, to be in the right positions at the right time. And that's just, I think their at least their third chicken dinner in this day now. It's been crazy.
It's a lot, so I've lost track.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, they're getting a lot of points for it.
Yes, they're having a phenomenal day. Again, this smart, disciplined play from AL is really what's winning them today. WC with that vehicle whoopsie in the beginning.
Good
Lost
grenade,
them
too.
Nearly.
Yeah. That was the drop grenade by Riphead, right? Yeah.
That didn't go so hot. SA looked great, and then all of a sudden, they got wiped out. It's a good fight here against Top. They had won a fight previously, and then AD just bakes them into an absolute bloodbath.
It was a sandwich.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. AD just, oh, chef's kiss. This didn't go super great for KP. So AD picked up a lot of kills in this game.
You're right. AD, we put them in this position where they didn't win the chicken dinner, but they did get a lot of kills in the process. Already 8 here, I don't know actually what they finished up with, but it was a very good game for them nonetheless.
Yeah, and at the end, oh man, this S, I think if he had a little bit more wherewithal to when he left that to try to get in the grenade range and throw some of his frags onto AL, he might have actually had an opportunity to win that game, but just opted for the safe play, and you know, it is going to be, he got placement points, so I'm not going to be too harsh about it, but AL 11 points, AD 9, 7 for PGS. So a lot of teams doing good. Nobody really running away with that game.
Yeah, and it's still very close with 2 matches left to go in this grand finals. It is a very exciting finals nonetheless because All Die PGS tied up at 46 with All Die ahead at the moment with the higher ranked points. But another level, 5 points ahead. It's definitely not the safety threshold you are looking for. With 2 games left to go, you're going to have to be still very, very consistent. They do have their 20 ranked points, but they're going to need a lot more of this if they are to win the first place prize.
Yep. All right, guys, we are going to take a break. We will be back here with the New State Mobile Open Challenge. 2 more games to go, and we will find out who is our champion.
트로이에서 20분 치킨각? 속도감 넘치는 극한의 트로이를 경험하라. 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드를 소개합니다. 트로이 맵 4곱하기4 크기의 영역에서 64명이 플레이하는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 매경기 랜덤으로 4곱하기4 크기의 경기 구역이 결정됩니다. 경기 제한 구역을 30초 동안 벗어나면 기저로 사망 처리되니까 조심하세요. 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드에서는 기존 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 비행기 고도가 낮아 더 빠르게 필드에 도착하고 최초 낙하 시 부스트 게이지 100% 상태에 권총, 연막탄, 300 드론 크레딧을 가지고 투입됩니다. 초반부터 긴장해야겠죠? 보급상자 눈치 게임 시작! 경기구역이 결정되면 바로 랜덤으로 배치되는 2개의 보급상자 위치도 공개됩니다. 여기에 오리지널 배틀로얄 모드보다 더 많은 물자와 탈 것이 등장해 빠른 파밍이 가능하고 사망 재투입 대기기간, 드론 배송 시간 등이 단축됩니다. 신규 모드 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드는 정식 배틀로얄 모드로 티어 점수를 획득할 수 있고 업적도 달성할 수 있는 모드입니다. 뉴베만의 맵 트로이를 더 짧은 시간에 화끈하게 즐길 수 있는 익스트림 배틀로얄 모드 플레이하고 소감은 댓글로 달아주세요.
It all comes down to this. 2 games to go here at the New State Mobile Open Challenge. We will find out who will be the first ever esports winner, and it's Paper Thin and Joel to bring you the last 2 games. Great game so far today, what we expected, right? Top teams, top performances.
Nail biter to the end. What more can you say? It's just been great game so far with very little information for us to predict who that final winner is going to be. That first place still well up in the air for so many different teams, and even for the teams that are still in the middle of the pack, still trying to look for the right opportunities. With 2 big games, there's nothing to say that it can't be done.
Exactly. There's a lot of potential outcomes still possible. Now's the time to buckle up, get ready, start fragging out, start picking up those kills, start getting those points to build your score up to try to win that top prize. Because again, first place is really what it's all about here.
150,000 US dollars. Have you thought to yourself, maybe, if you were given that much money just
like
in a single moment, in a right moment, if you have that money, what would you do with that? That's a lot of money.
Save it for a house.
Oh, goodness. You're being realistic here.
I'm really old.
Super boring old man. Come on.
It all go towards a house.
Hey, you know, but that is the right thing to do. For me, man, I mean, I love cars, right?
Oh, that's right. You're a car guy,
I love cars, and I would probably buy the nicest car that I can find along that price range.
Okay,
That would
well,
be really nice.
I'm going to pick your brain a little bit about that, but our game is ready, guys. Here we go. Match number 7. Just a reminder, just 2 more to go. And then we will crown our champion here at the Open Challenge. And we are a little bit west, starting. This was pretty much the most west we've had here today. A little bit north as well. Fort's in the play. And now we see how this one's going to shape out. Of course, the leaderboard very tight at the top. 3 teams pretty well ahead. MCY is starting to slide, though. They need to get going.
Yeah, who's going to land that Port, though? First time seeing Port in this grand final, then. And it seems like Top is going to go over to it. KB was maybe thinking about it, but instead going to go over to Swanton. Yeah, it's going to be pretty well separated amongst all these teams. Not going to get any conflicts, it seems like. But the mall is getting pretty crowded here. Are we going to get something from there?
I see AD. PGS is like, nah, we saw too many teams going that way. We're going to the exhibit. SA is going mall. They know they need points.
Yeah.
A lot of teams, are desperate for
Oh,
points.
PGS is abandoning mall for the very first time here today.
We saw too many teams going that way. They're like, nope, we don't need to. I get it.
Well, as a result of it, Exhibit Hall is completely free for the entirety of PGS to roll out, but SA, they wanted this mall since the very, very beginning. Obviously failed to claim that territory because of their loss in that game 1 versus PGS, but this is going to be the first time at the very, very lucky mall is how they like to call it, because their games during the group stages, they landed every game at the mall, and they've had good results because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. AD did not end up dropping the ball. Just something to point out.
Yeah, just when the corn wants then.
Something interesting. Yeah, they drifted past and figured, well.
Oh, for sure, though, we saw 3 teams heading towards the mall.
Yeah, absolutely we did. Yeah, and then they all diverted.
And it had to be just a last-minute shift. We have to kind of think to ourselves.
Except for SA. They're the only ones who stuck around. SA was definitely just like, we need kills.
Yeah.
Fight.
I don't think they minded it if there was another team landing at the mall. They would rather go for that game 1 confrontation once again.
Yeah, absolutely. But the other team's not so interested in playing that game. And they decide that we're going to just continue on and move past it. PGS just swaps with SA for the drop spots. Circle 2 does have both of these locations in.
It's true, and we kind of expected it to be so. The circle pretty safe for all these teams here. If you were starting off at the port, you expected not to be in the next circle, so you're probably coming in from there. So these top teams now are the ones that we should be focusing on here, with AL, our surprising first place team at the moment. Where are they? They're actually at Anchorville.
Yeah.
Just a little bit outside the circle, so they have to make their movement in. They're going to be near PGS at the exhibit hall once that moment does arrive. And the other teams now, we're looking also towards AD, who's at Cornwall, the team that backed out from the mall, as you were talking about earlier. They're going to be in the south, so they're going to be separated from the rest of the party as well. PGS, we know them to be very successful, but needing to do a lot more because the last few games or so, it's been mediocre at best.
It hasn't been as good. It's been tough. It's been rough sledding. But they're very much in the conversation for winning this thing. No doubt about it. I'd say, obviously the top 3 teams are very much in the best spot, but a good game here for MCY could quickly put them right back in contention.
Yeah, you're right. MCY suddenly slowly drifting out of this conversation, it seems like, Paper Thin. And this team was one of the teams that we thought would do really, really well because of how violent and how aggressive they are with their demeanor. And we thought that would translate, and it did for a couple of games for sure. But maybe after that game 3, we just haven't seen the same MCY for the rest of the matches here.
Yo, I dig that Triceratops helmet.
Yeah?
That is super cool.
All right.
I would like, if I was a kid, I would wear that all over the place.
It will make your head pretty sweaty, though.
That's okay. My head's always sweaty, Joel.
Okay.
That's totally fine. I sweat all the time. That's
Oh,
why
wow.
That's not why I shave my head. I shave my head because I have milk pattern baldness. But
Oh, it's a lot of information right there.
I run hot.
Yes.
You know, so I don't like the summer months.
Yes.
I'm, hot all the time, and I hate it.
Well, Korea is not temperature hot, but we always, talk about how humid Korea is, so it feels a lot more hot.
Yeah, during the rainy season, right?
Yeah.
Then it gets really bad, and that's when I do not want to go outside. I just want to sit underneath my aircon, just let it blow its cold glory all over me.
Yes.
And I don't have to go outside, and it's amazing.
And it's actually not good for your skin to get
I don't
direct
care.
air. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
I know
Health
it's not.
checks, right?
I'd rather be comfortable
Yes.
than have bad skin.
All right. So for those who don't know, putting an air condition, the breeze that goes out directly onto your skin is not the favorable choice for your skin health.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there. Once again, you can be like Paper Thin and just not care.
Yep.
That's an option.
Oh, I just sit right under it.
Yeah. That's pretty much the worst example of people telling you not to do.
No cares given.
No cares given.
Yep, switching over to the Volta. As is tradition, just the superior car. It offers a lot of protection, right? So, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is there is no bullet penetration, right? So if you hit anything that isn't a window on the car, it blocks the bullet.
But the doors can be broken down.
Yes.
Then there's a lot more opening.
Yes.
For you to do that.
And it makes it harder to shoot, right?
It is from the person that's sitting inside the vehicle. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, but the Scooby-Doo van you kind of mentioned on that earlier, the Electron, the official. You already forgot about the Scooby-Doo van.
No, I remembered it. I didn't know its real name.
I mean, like the chat couldn't see your face there. I saw your expression. You absolutely forgot the Scooby-Doo van.
Oh no, I remembered it. No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
You said the real name of it, and I was like, I don't know what that is.
Okay.
I only know it is.
You only know the Scooby-Doo van, right? Well, here, you don't know the Scooby-Doo van because the WC didn't see this attack coming.
All right, yeah, that's already one down for WC, and this could be their tournament lives essentially ruined.
AD, you should probably have Pack come in here now.
Now they really need. Ah, that was dangerous. That was so dangerous.
You don't want to intentionally fight 3v4, right? Right?
I think they're feeling confident. They can't lose this. Okay.
Yes,
it's
so
okay.
they're
Oh my
fine.
gosh.
But what I was trying to say about the Electron is that the durability of that car is much, much higher. It is the highest of all the vehicles in New State.
Oh yeah.
But it is slow.
Yeah.
What Volta has got going, as we see from all these teams.
SA! Almost gonna be wiped. This could be tournament over.
Yep, that's it.
That's done. There's
That's
no
it.
way. That's it. Nope.
SA are not running for the prize money.
Nope. It's over. It is AL who just takes another step forward towards that first place prize.
And crushes the hopes
4
of
points.
SA. Yeah, but AL, I mean, they're good. We didn't say that much about AL of how good they were, but they're good.
Yeah, a lot of good things done. Pack hit some really nice shots. Now switches over to that 4X on his VT.
I mean, he's not hitting the shots, but that's some really good recoil control, though.
Yeah, it is. He's
It's
doing
incredible.
Almost gets a knock, not quite. WC in the meantime. Oh yeah, gonna get a little bit of information, scout out a little bit ahead of the rest of his team. AL on the prowl. They're feeling confident, I'm sure. Just wipe SA out. Now it's your opportunity to really put the nail in the coffin of the rest of the teams and give yourself a lot of money for winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, AL right now is running the 2-car strategy, 2-2 split, which is, I think, one of my favorites to run if you're a very offensive team like AL is. And you still got the spider fingers going with the 6-finger configuration, which is, I think, still to this day, a very crazy setup. It seems to work out.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't understand how your brain can function to control 6 fingers like that. It's amazing.
It's hard, dude. I mean, it's impressive. It's so impressive the way that these players are able to handle their devices and still be so good at this game. It's just so fun to watch. Wait, long sprays to try to keep MCY at bay, and it will be effective.
And you see that AL, their aggressiveness seems to grow with each match. Not just for the execution, but actually how they're approaching some of these battles here. Because we always talked about them being a bit more reactive team. When the situation comes to them, they execute really well, is the reason why they are getting all these points. But as the more matches go on and the more battles they win, they feel the confidence rising in themselves to kind of force more actions that really wasn't characteristic about this team, but to do more of that as the matches go on here.
I agree. It seems like they have a good meta read on when to pick up the pace. What the heck? That is so good.
That was a very early grenade.
Oh my gosh,
And
amazing.
Woo!
Perfect. Second grenade is great, does a ton of damage to God Nemo. He has to go for the heals. Grenade splashes a little bit too far. Netify can find another good one. He's waiting. He wants to wait till they
Netify another one?
He's waiting till they go for the reses, is what he's hoping for.
Ruin just can go for the finish with the...
Yeah, now Ruin should just pop
with the
in
Vector.
Here. Yeah, finish the job. It's only one left.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Done.
Gosh.
Done and dusted. Cleans the hands. They need to keep up. They need these kills because AL already picked up some for themselves.
You're right, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I love how AD reacts to all the kill feeds that are appearing on the favor of AL. If AL are getting kills, we're getting kills as well. Making things happen. This is looking really good for AD as well.
Yeah, I like it. You gotta get aggressive. You gotta keep pace. Meanwhile, MCY loses one member, so they have to retreat to a more defensive position. Ryc for PGS, still very much in the conversation with this team as well. They're gonna have to start finding kills themselves, but right now they're content to try to ride it out, just holding on to the center, holding on to their fortifications.
Yeah, it seems like with teams, as they get closer and closer to the center, they're not gonna take the offensive approach. They're gonna just try to wait for the teams to come to them and to try to get the kills this way, is what Ryc is trying to do. But I think at this stage, I think you and I both agree that the aggressiveness does win out because it gives yourself more forced opportunities to get more points in, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, a measured aggression, right? Like finding the right times to be aggressive. You can't just, drive at everything, but absolutely, I agree with you. You got to find the right moments to be aggressive if you're going to succeed in this format, and that's why you're seeing AL, AD, PGS be so successful. Is they wait. They're patient for their aggressive moves, but when they make them, they're often decisive and effective. And think back to that, that PGS win against SA very early on in this. That one before that Top had. That changed the life of this tournament.
It really did. I mean, if it wasn't for that play, I don't think PGS would have gotten very high in the ranking, obviously. And that really just snowballed them to having a very successful final day in this finals. And PGS right now 3rd, 3 points away from AD. So definitely not impossible for them to pick out the first place prize with AL currently 55, 8 points ahead of them. So with 2 more matches to go, I think PGRs are definitely counting on their chances to try to get that big prize money to go home with after tonight's match.
We look to the southwest for our next circle, and that means a lot of teams got to make moves. AL, KP, PGS, MCY, all outside of this. Top and AD are in. But what is going to be the play here for AD? I'm curious if they're just content to just try to lock down the bottom of the circle. If they're going to hope that maybe somebody gets forced into them via rotations, they can pick up points that way. we'll see exactly what this is going to look like, because a lot of teams got to move.
And I feel like that's because of the reason why so many teams have to move to this very extreme circle that opened up. And I think AD will likely stand still as we see the fight between PGS.
Oh, it didn't go well.
Yeah.
At all. PGS might be falling out of this game. It's S, once again, the only one alive for his team. And KP, if they're smart, should just turn around and finish the job on these 3 PGS players.
Yeah.
They do.
3 kills.
Yep. And that's huge. That's a huge momentum shift. AD and AL now all die. You know, these guys, they're looking another level to now potentially just kind of put PGS outside of any kind of hope of catching up to them.
Yeah, the contention seems to be falling away from PGS with, remember that only have 1 match left to go after this one. PGS, they really would like to get themselves in a better position, but as they try to force situation, which they should do at times, it just really isn't happening for them in the results of things. And as we kind of predicted to be, AD is holding on to their position just fine with AL coaching them on. So this is going to be an important moment with the top 2 teams likely to get in the battle pretty soon here on the south part of the circle.
Pack waits. He hears the Voltas, and he's actually gonna leave and get a little bit further out. They might be trying to set up another play similar to what we saw in the last game, Joel. Where they send Pack back out, he throws some grenades, baits the other team in, and then the reinforcements show up in the vehicle to try to finish the job.
Yeah, Packback has been sublime in his driving and also with his scouting efforts as well, understanding which directions he needs to take at certain times to go off on a very, very successful scouting mission. But so far, AD will likely stand still due to the fact that AL did drive away. They are back at the mall. With PGS calling off green flare guns. I don't know how much they would have. They're calling out 1 now. But they're going to need a lot more than 2 members if they want to have a strong finish in this particular match.
Yeah, likely the case. Rhea C trying to get down. It doesn't look like Top is going to be interested in trying to stop it. You're really the only one with a chance. MC Fly, they know they need a lot of points.
Okay.
Be out in the open. Good opportunity here. Shinyana, though,
What
takes a whole
HP?
bunch of damage. And
Oh,
the
Shinyana.
shooting in this game for KP has been incredible.
Oh, what happened there? Shinyana, I think he just gets run over by the vehicle as he tries to get out. He
He only
barely...
had 1 HP.
Yeah, he had 1 HP, so he could have lived if he just was a little bit more careful with his teammates. But now, this is a situation for KP to see what they're going to do. Are they going to go on the aggression to try to get the finish here?
This cat backpack is actually adorable.
Yeah.
I love that one. You know me, I'm a big backpack fan.
Yes.
Fly here. The right idea, but the shooting in this particular round has been amazing for KP.
All he had to
This
do.
is the best we've seen from them
You're
so
right.
far.
Yeah, KP, we haven't talked much about them. You're right. And this is something that we would have liked to see more of from the earlier matches. Hence the reason why they're 7th place right now. But it's really good to see it.
BGS is just trying to find some kind of safety. Circle is going to plop itself right on top of top. And for them, they aren't going to move. But I tell you what, I think one thing I really like about the way that these games have been playing out is that just because the circle goes to you, if you have like a compound, doesn't mean you're winning the game by any stretch
You're
of
right.
imagination. Teams are so good at assaulting compounds and positions in this. The Volts are so fast, it's hard to react to it. And I really like the way that there's a good dynamic between defense and offense.
And I know some people will disagree with me on this because people like to settle themselves in compounds and just try to be safe and whatever. But for me, as a spectator, you would rather have open field circles at the closing moments to try to finish things off, because I think it's that added complications when you have a lot of complexes in closing circles that actually doesn't contribute to a lot of fun plays to come out. So I think with the way that Troy is designed to have a lot of open circles at the end of games, I think that really adds to the excitement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most people would prefer open circles. City circles are like, I like them every once in a while. Like once out of every 25 games. You know, like then I'm like, yeah, let's have a city circle.
It takes a long time to finish the game.
Yeah, it does. But that kind of makes them fun. They're like
Sure.
stressful. There's a lot of interesting, you know, vault, like where the player's going to move to, how well do they know, like which building they can jump to, all these interesting little things. kills. That's fine. This is a little bit of circle damage. A lot of damage from
Okay,
KP.
KP being
Oh!
super aggressive this game.
They got run over. That gives AL an opportunity.
Oh man.
And they're going to take advantage of it. KP gone. Trying to get aggressive, but it's AL who's fed 4 points. And AL...
They're all alive.
Yeah, this is... The thermometer is building up to a critical temperature.
That's some tip-top shooting coming from AL, our current first place team. Further running away with all these points, and AD are now rushing. They're rushing trying to get more kills, but you just can't force it in this late stage. They got to get to a good position, especially in this open circle where there are no single compounds that we can see. So you have to be pretty creative, but also be very passive at the same time.
I think they got to hunt AL. I think they got to shut this down now.
But there are so many other factors that you have to consider
I
here
don't
with
care.
PGS and top along the midst of that. You see the circle now.
I don't care. I think they got to shut this down now.
Yeah.
They can't let AL get any more points.
You're right, and AD has to somehow find AL, then finish them off in a 4-4 fight. Not gonna be easy.
No, it's not easy. Look, I'm not saying what AD has to do is easy by any stretch of the imagination. But if they want to win this event, they absolutely have to make sure that if AL makes any other moves, that they're there to third party it or stop it.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you want to force the situation, but at the same time, there's a lot of risk involved because just imagine, you can win second place, and maybe if you take too big of a risk, you might give that off to PGS, who's close in catching you up.
I don't care.
All
I'm
the
the type
data.
of guy who only plays for first.
There you
so
go.
If you're not first, you're last.
Well, that's one way to put it, because that's how the prize structure is actually planned out in a way to make you want to go for first every single time and never be satisfied with second.
All right, they're going to drive at this, and they're going to put a few shots down, but
AL's actually going on the hunt.
immediately into the vehicles. AL was trying to see if they can get up there now.
This is a key moment.
Oh, Rashid.
Very key moment.
He's out on the rock by himself, but he's not. He's dead. He's down. Now it's a 3v4 in
no.
the vehicles, and AD might just get wiped.
That's it.
The passiveness
That's it.
kicks them in the butt, and AL has put themselves way ahead of everyone else here in the second to last game of the day. S out in the open behind a bale, probably done somehow, some way.
Now,
Can
Team
anybody
Top,
stop this?
Team Top is trying to come in here and come for the invasion there. Actually getting out of the vehicles might have been a mistake for AL.
Hard to say for sure. Top out the blue though.
That's some good shooting though, coming in from AL.
PGS is stealing some of these kills.
Yes.
In fact, they're up to second place now.
Yes, because of all the rank points that they got, they are above AD at this point. They can actually get more here with a couple of knocks already recorded. If they can get the kills, that will put them further ahead.
Grenades, there you go.
There it is.
Done. All right, PGS survives and wins a game, and they're pumped.
Super hyped.
You love to see that. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. There is still a chance. But AL was so good in that last game, Joel.
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, they have to be stopped early. They cannot get any kills.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the separation now between AL and PGS has opened up quite heavily. That you're feeling good if you're PGS, but maybe second is the best case scenario for them because that is a difficult situation to overcome, especially because how well AL's been playing for the past 5 games or so. They've been almost flawless, winning chicken dinners for half of it for sure, and for the other games, maybe not getting chicken dinner, but still always finishing in the top 3, getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, remarkably consistent today. And they're giving them thumbs up.
Yeah, giving them credit where it's due.
Yeah, it was a good game. You know, a lot of respect, of course, between these teams and these players. And PGS, you know, hyped up, giving themselves a decent chance. But AL, all but assured in some ways, that it's going to take a monster game from either, you know, AD or PGS to topple them. Because they put up a ton of points in that last game.
You're right, and if you're AL right at this moment, you are feeling pretty confident, and you can actually smell that prize money in your bag right now because you got 1 game left to go. As long as it's not a major downfall, AL should have this one, but it's too early for us to call. It is too early to call.
Yeah, it is. You're right. There's still opportunities for these other teams to get there, but AL has made it a tall mountain to climb for sure.
And KB has been a surprise factor today for how well they played. And this is the reason where they went out with the flip vehicle, but otherwise, KB, I think they had one of the best games today from their own team standards.
Yeah, AD here just in a slightly awkward position, and AL finds the right timing to pounce. And that could have been the winning move.
And I think this was the key mistake for AL. I don't know if they should have gotten out of the vehicle, knowing that we've seen again and again all these third parties coming in after battle is over, knowing that there might be a team that got enough audio, that got enough visuals to know that they're going to be coming on the invade, trying to go for the kills there. But for everyone to get off the vehicle like that, puts you at a heavy disadvantage.
I wonder if the vehicle might have blown up.
Okay, that's also a possibility.
I wonder if it was too weak. They felt the pressure of the vehicle.
Sure, that's also possible. But whatever happened, it would have been much better if they were in a nice vehicle.
Sure.
Definitely could have been the best case scenario, but nonetheless, another level picks up the most points in this finals 7 matches. And here they are. Let's look at the total rankings if we can get to it. But I think another level is now starting to run away with things with 1 match left to go. How many points do they have to overcome? That is 9 points. And that is 9 points that they have to overcome plus 1, because without the ranked points, PGS, they have to have higher total points for them to win this one.
Yeah, now you've got those questions that we had at the end of yesterday, Joel, where do you hot drop like NMG did? And to their credit, they almost came through with the win because of it. But, you know, now does PGS get aggressive? All Die, there's a chance, but it's an outside one. All Die has to go crazy with the kills. They have to just, from front to finish, start to finish, just really hammer the other teams. All right, here we go. This is it, the last game. Can anyone stop another level? It's match 8. We will crown a champion after this here at the inaugural New State Mobile Esports event, the Open Challenge. Right down the center for this one, Joel. Nothing fancy. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, conventional to its finest. And, you know, you were talking about whether someone would hot drop AL to try to get their chances to knock them out quickly for them to gather the points to become the first place team. You know what makes that so difficult is that AL doesn't really have a set drop position. They never really got themselves in a fixed drop area that we can expect them to go back in and back in and back in again. They seem to be very adaptive of where they want to go, and teams right now don't have enough data to say, yes, we're going to hot drop with AL to try to finish them off, but where do we go? We just don't know.
Yeah, you can see it's Anchorville for AL. Nobody even close. PGS gets to them all. Nobody's trying to contest it this time. Everybody's just kind of playing their game this one. It looks like everybody's kind of, you know, realized, okay, well, we're either in the position we're in, or we can't find anything to hot drop, or we don't have the confidence to do it. I'm not sure. You know, there's a lot of different things that factor into these equations, these decisions.
Yeah, it is the cleanest of starts to start off this final match of our grand finals of New State Mobile Open Challenge. For all of you guys who have been watching with us, thank you guys for joining us, and thank you guys for being with us for the past 5 days. It's been great 5 days of competition, and like we said at the very beginning of things, that we just didn't know what to expect from this inaugural competition of New State, but it's been nothing but amazing.
Yeah, it's gotten better and better throughout the whole thing, as you would expect, and as the cream rises to the top, we get to see the real meta of how this game is shaping up, and we get to see how the teams are attacking and approaching everything, and you know what it's like to compete at the highest levels of this game, and it's great. I've enjoyed every moment of it, and now, you know, there's a lot of pressure here on AL to not make mistakes.
Yeah, take one step at a time. That's what this team does best. And I have to say, if I have to give off one MVP award to one single player, it will be this player, Style.
Yeah, right now, Style is up there for me, for sure.
The most influential player that pretty much changed the tide and the fate of his own individual team. Man, Style, it's going to be tough to beat. He's been great.
I agree. He's had so many big plays, so many key moments, yeah, that have really been pivot points for this team. You know, I want to talk a little bit about the individual players now. Most of them are students. Bai, Wei, and Style are all 17 or 18.
Wow, okay.
But Hero kind of an interesting thing here. He's 29.
Ooh.
He's significantly older, so
He's the young.
he's young. He has
Yeah.
the older brother, right? And he's just an office worker. You know?
Ah.
So for him, this is probably pretty exciting. You know, make a lot of money to add to that paycheck for these for the younger members of the team.
You know,
to
me
get-
being around that
yeah.
same age group as Hero, as you said, it is a great time to be thinking, to be pondering about all these other possibilities of career changes when you're at that 29 ages or so. So if you are a Hero and you have a great result here, I don't know, maybe it just takes that very significant piece of paper back to his office, go to the human resources department, and to tell them, yeah,
Take the esports lead.
I'm taking the esports game. All right.
Yeah. Hey man, that's a great feeling.
If it works out, it works out, man.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Absolutely. More power to him. I tell you what, there's nothing more fun than chasing your esports dream. That's for sure.
And for these youngsters too. I mean, these are young guys. Probably haven't even graduated high school yet. If you're 17, 18, right?
Yeah, I assume that's Korean age. So
Yeah.
then no, they have not.
And that's really great to see for this very, very talented team of AL. We didn't think of them too much because they haven't shown much since the group stages, but maybe at the wildcard they started trying to evolve to a new level and just really living up to that name another level. They really are playing at another level today.
Yeah, really, absolutely. Their name is incredibly apt. They've just gotten better and better throughout the tournament. I mean, think about this. They had to go to the wild card. They weren't even the top team out of their group.
Yeah.
They go to the wild card. They were the best team there. And then they've just gotten better and better and better. So it's been really exciting to watch. This first game here does have WC propped up in a position to gatekeep MCY. We saw MCY do this earlier in the event.
I wonder what WC is thinking, though. Like, right now, you're 5th. Yes, the higher and higher you go, the prize money does increase
A little bit.
a little bit. But if you're WC, what is your goal here?
Why not?
Okay.
I guess. There's an opportunity for them to... MCY is the team ahead of them. All right,
Yes.
I can come up with something.
9 points ahead so
yeah,
far.
so if you shut them down first, that's your best opportunity to go up another spot.
So the moment you see that in your kill feed, that is a good sign.
Yeah.
So here's the very, very controversial wooden backpack that caught a lot of here in this match 8. Can this...
A squeak toy, like a dog toy.
That was a pretty genuine crow, though.
It's not bad. It just, because of the way they were driving by it, I think it had the...
You know, from the development side of things, when they were creating this game, right? And they were recording that audio for that crow, I imagine they actually recorded a real crow.
Probably.
Yeah, so it can't be more real.
It wasn't bad. It was just, I think, because they were driving by it. I don't know.
You have some high standards, let me tell you. You have some high standards of crow sound.
No. It's because I think the game actually does have the Doppler effect built into it. So you know when you're driving by something.
Yes, they do have that. They
pitch
do have that.
changes?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what it was.
Way to catch on to the advanced audio mechanics of New State.
I'm a big fan.
All right.
Fan of the Doppler effect.
All right.
All right. AD has settled up on a hill. Circle has shifted down to the mall.
And the car changes
Car
to the
changes.
gold bling.
Just stay with it. SA assaulting.
Uh-oh.
PGS defending.
PGS do not like this.
PGS has to
Or
win this
do
fight.
they?
They have to. Well, they might like it. They have to win this, though.
If they win this, they like it. If they don't win this, they don't like it. That's that simple.
You're absolutely right. Ooh.
Okay, here's one.
Sit
Ingu
down.
goes down.
All right. Well, that's a great job by Rhea. Doesn't take much damage other than the fall damage did most of it.
Yes.
Now he's able to heal up. Wait this out. SA continues their assault, continues their breach. J-Ho, our YouTuber, who has a great YouTube channel. Just a reminder, J-Ho Gaming. Check out a lot of new state scrims on there. Cooking a grenade.
Now this play is going to decide to see if anybody's going to subscribe to his channel. The moment he
I
gets
hope
the
they do.
victory,
I'm trying to help him out.
there you go. But he has to convince our viewers.
He's got to win this fight. Okay.
There you go.
I believe.
That's the
Sean,
mission. Chan has been good too. Like really good in day 3.
Yeah.
Barely anything from him today.
yeah, it's been a little quiet from all of SA, which high hopes were not realized for them.
Yes.
And here we go. Chan just doing a little information gathering, cutting across multiple windows. Grenades being thrown, but nobody seems to connect with much. Top.
We cannot emphasize the fact that how important this moment is for PGS. If they get the kills, this gets them closer to getting first place.
Well, MCY looking for kills, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
The best moment we've seen from them in some time, as it's just one member left here for top. So we're gonna guarantee those points. WC though, right behind AL, big fight coming out here.
If
WC
AL dies here, this will be huge.
WC, big time damage. Bye though, and Way still very healthy here as WC trying to get through.
Two down. This is
Two
so
versus
important.
They
The
spin
spin.
out. Oyun, last one alive. Can he hold on? WC, dire straits. They're falling
So
apart.
close, and that's it.
They're gone.
That's
AL, they're done. AL more points, and
Wow.
now nobody's near to capitalize on this, and that could be.
Oh,
the
what's
tournament.
happening here though? PGS. They have to survive this if they want to go for first.
No, there's Chan. He's done. He was isolated.
Okay.
Top relayed the information.
Lion and Jeho now. Against 3 members of PGS.
Jeho, no, not able to find the shots. S able to get behind this cubicle wall.
That could be a really good grenade. That could be a really good grenade.
Oh, it was. It was perfect. Jeho's gone. Now, Lion trying to hold on for dear life. Last one alive for SA at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, somebody comes out the stairs. It catches a little bit of damage, but not enough.
It's gonna go back up though. In a safe spot to finish this off. This should be it.
Top's got him. Top's got him dead to rights. He has to
This
reload.
should be it. Yeah.
Yep. Very nicely done here, PGS. So they lose a couple members though. That's devastating. Because AL able to stay 4 alive, Joel.
You're right.
Nobody can punish this fight.
And right now, they're just running away with the points here, Paperton. 73-13 ahead of PGS. And PGS is so busy now, having to call in green flare guns to recover their loot, to try to get them equipped back up, and to try to catch on to the 13-point deficit. And we know they have to get more than 13 points because they're behind on rank points as well. They're not going to win on time.
Nope. It's AL's game to lose. Again, nobody can really allow them any more points.
Oh, AD.
They're trying to assault this because they see the green flares.
Okay.
MCY might just steal the points out of the air.
So far, though. Gets a clip. Oh, they're fighting on the other end, though. AD.
Yeah, Ruin shooting at MCY.
Oh, they get it.
Yeah.
It's actually AD who gets it.
AD gets it.
You're right.
Big point. BGS can only get, I think, 1 on the ground. I think.
I mean, at this point.
Oh, no. Ricey's still in the air.
Yeah.
No way. He's done. I don't see any way.
Yeah,
he gets
no,
down.
it's not making it. But right now, if you're putting the situation into consideration, MCY is coming in for the attack. This could be huge.
MCY trying to punish AD, but so far no significant damage done to AD. MCY has one player who's very beat up.
Now, I would have to say, just from a realistic point of view, it has to be. Oh, that was dangerous.
Well, this could be the tournament.
Yeah.
I don't see any way PGS comes back here.
AD killing off PGS would be huge. That will be stealing second away from them. Gives them a much better chance to do that.
Yep,
Top is out.
S with P90 is inside. He's not on the top. AL just driving around. Victory lap.
Yeah, no, AL's confirmed. AL's confirmed first no matter what. AD is not going to overlap AL in any case scenario.